Chapter 4:26. Just as the lightning ball was about to hit him, the lightning ball suddenly disappeared in the next moment. Yes, the lightning ball disappeared. This made Daha, Erha, and Duan Tao feel confused and in disbelief. How is this possible? Where did the lightning ball go? Duan Tao pondered in confusion, then quickly released his divine telekinesis, intending to re-establish contact with the lightning ball. When he released his divine telekinesis, he immediately sensed the location of the lightning ball. The location was constantly moving, and at this moment, it was rapidly attacking him. Ah, how is this possible? Duan Tao looked at the scene in front of him and almost went crazy. God! Why did the martial arts attack he personally used end up attacking the caster? This was too unreasonable. However, he, who knew the power of the 5 heavenly thunder, had no time to think too much. He hurriedly shouted to Daha and Erha, "Dodge!" Before he could finish his words, he had already dodged. As for Daha and Erha, their reaction was even slower. They sucked in a cold breath and knew that things were not going well. They immediately threw themselves to the sides. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and a huge crater appeared where they were originally standing. The crater was surrounded by cracks, and it was caused by the explosion of the 5 days' thunder. Following the explosion, all kinds of debris flew everywhere and smoke and dust danced. Even though they dodged quickly enough, they were still hit by the shock wave of the explosion. Many gravel still scratched their skin. In addition to the smoke and dust that enveloped them, they were in an extremely sorry state at this moment, as if they were beggars. Their clothes were stained with a large piece of soil, and there were even many tatters. In the tatters, their skin was cut and blood was flowing out. Their hair was scattered and disheveled. Duan Tao's situation was not too bad, but Daha and Erha's situation was terrible. Because their cultivation had been abolished by Xiaoyang, they could not use a defensive light shield to protect themselves, so the degree of misery was indescribable. They were lying on the ground, wailing incessantly. One of them had a broken leg, the other had a broken arm, and there were many scars on their cheeks. They were already disfigured, and their clothes were almost torn into strips. They were dripping with blood, and there were wounds all over their bodies. It was a ghastly sight, and one could not bear to look at it. This was only on the surface. In fact, what was more serious was inside their bodies. Their internal organs had been greatly shaken and impacted. Now, blood was constantly flowing out from the corners of their mouths. If they didn't hurry and get treatment, the 2 of them would basically be finished. Bastard, damn it. Duan Tao, who had been hired by someone else, no longer had the will to fight after seeing this situation. He also didn't have the courage to fight anymore. This Xiaoyang was too terrifying, and this Daha and Erha were too miserable. They couldn't afford to delay. Therefore, he didn't even think about it. He immediately unleashed his cultivation and used his movement technique. In an instant, he brought the heavily injured Daha and Erha away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the spot. Duan Tao had brought a lot of people with him, but now that the main characters had left, they couldn't just stay here and watch. Therefore, they also left. Even though Duan Tao had already walked far away, he was still unwilling to let this matter go. He said fiercely, "Xiaoyang, I'll remember this. Just you wait. If you offend my Skywave Alliance, you won't have a good ending." "TSK, what's this? If 1 comes, I'll kill 1. If 2 comes, I'll kill 2. It's your bullshit alliance's fault." Xiaoyang expressed his disdain. He also looked down on them, and his face was full of contempt. "Hey, Lin Xiaoji, how are you feeling now? Are you okay?" Xiaoyang's gaze once again fell on Lin Xiaoji's body, looking at him with concern. Lin Xiaoji shook his head and said gratefully, "I'm fine, senior brother. I'm sorry. Because of me, I've caused you a lot of trouble." Xiaoyang waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. He had offended many people, and 1 or 2 more didn't matter. "I'll give these storage rings to you. Cultivate well. Also, these 2 martial skills are for you to cultivate. Don't embarrass me. Xiaoyang took out several storage rings and gave them to Lin Xiaoji. He also recorded the 2 high-grade martial skills, Poison Dragon Claw and Firmament Palm, on jade slips and handed them to Lin Xiaoji. As Xiaoyang's cultivation increased, these martial skills slowly became useless. Take the greater teleportation technique, for example. It didn't just use strength, it also used laws. Yes, thank you, senior brother. Lin Xiaoji accepted it without any hesitation. He wasn't as shy as he was the first time. This was because he already regarded Xiaoyang as his boss. If the boss gave something to the underling, then the underling would accept it. He just had to remember to go through fire and water for the boss in the future. After seeing Lin Xiaoji leave, Xiaoyang pondered about going to see Lanjia, Qinjifu, Li Qinghe, and the others. He wondered how their cultivation was going. With that in mind, Xiaoyang left and strolled around to see if he could run into any of his former companions. After entering the poison sect, he spent almost all his time cultivating. Thus, he wasn't familiar with the huge poison sect. Adding on the fact that he didn't know where Gu Qianqian and Lanzhou, it wasn't easy to find them. The poison sect had 10 pavilions. Each pavilion took up 1,000 mountains, and the 10 pavilion heads took up over 10,000 mountains. Not counting the special forbidden areas, the poison sect was like 100,000 mountains. The area was extraordinarily large. After walking for a while, Xiaoyang arrived at a main peak and saw a few familiar figures. They were Changsun Shan, Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others he met at the foot of the mountain. They were doing odd jobs here and were ordered around by the poison sect's disciples. They wore the robes of odd jobs and had a lowly status. Forget it. I'm not interested in bickering with them right now. Even if I laugh at them, I'll just dirty my mouth. Xiaoyang didn't even think about it as he turned to leave. He wasn't someone who liked to cause trouble. Plus, their statuses were different now. If he continued to bicker with a few odd jobs disciples, it'd be too degrading. Oh, if it isn't Xiaoyang. What? You're finally free to stroll around here today? Are you here to laugh at us? Xiaoyang was just about to leave when he heard the shouts of Changsun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others behind him. Helpless, he could only stop and turn around. Sweeping his gaze over them, he said, "It looks like you're doing pretty well here." Yes, although they were odd jobs disciples, their status and background were right there. They could be considered part of the 3 great clans in the 10 cities. If they didn't have some strength and connections, they wouldn't be able to be ranked. Chapter 4:27. Of course. Xiaoyang, there are plenty of things you didn't expect. Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. Zhang Sunshan threatened Xiaoyang. His eyes were filled with hostility, and his expression was filled with pride. It was as if this place had become his home ground. He could do whatever he wanted, as if he was in control of the situation. They'd always hated Xiaoyang. It was all thanks to Xiaoyang that they'd been reduced to mere servant disciples. The anger and hatred in their hearts hadn't lessened at all. Instead, the more humiliations they'd suffered, the deeper their hatred for Xiaoyang. "Oh, if I want to leave, which one of you can stop me?" Xiaoyang was a little annoyed. His anger turned to laughter as he asked them, could it be that they had forgotten their identities as odd job disciples? Since when could odd job disciples be so arrogant? Did they have something to rely on? No matter how well they did, they weren't worthy of Xiaoyang's attention. He naturally had this kind of arrogance, whether it was his cultivation base or his status as the sect head's disciple. Everyone here could only look up to him. Zhou Shanlin snorted at Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, you're just an outer sect disciple at most. What's so great about you? There are plenty of outer sect disciples in the poison sect. It's not like they haven't fought before. Tell me, if I hire an outer sect senior brother to cause trouble for you, do you think you'll be able to leave this place alive?" He narrowed his eyes and glared viciously at Xiaoyang. Their group had come to the poison sect with the dream of entering the inner sect and becoming an inner sect disciple. In the end, because of that shit-stir Xiaoyang's existence, they were forced to sullenly become service disciples. Just the thought of the disparity in their lives filled them with grief and indignation. This was especially true after they'd entered the servant department. They weren't familiar with the place at first, and the senior brothers in charge didn't recognize them either. Because of this, they'd suffered quite a bit due to their arrogance. He blamed all of this on Xiaoyang. Later on, they became familiar with this place. Relying on the resources and connections in their hands, they completely gained a foothold here. Now, they didn't need to do any of the miscellaneous work. They only needed to accompany the senior brother in charge to drink and eat meat every day, not to mention how carefree their days were. Xiaoyang blinked, his eyes filled with contempt as he said disdainfully, "I'll give you 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, you'll pay the price for your arrogance." He originally didn't want to cause trouble, but since these scum came to seek death, he couldn't help but help them. Xiaoyang, you don't need 3 minutes. In the chores department, we brothers have the final say. Just you wait. I'll get someone to deal with you. Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shankai, and the others fiercely shouted at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and watched them leave. He thought to himself, it seems that these scum have mixed in here. They don't have the ability to cultivate, but they're good at buying people's hearts. After waiting for a while, Xiaoyang saw several people coming out. 3 of them were wearing the outer disciples' clothes. On the right chest of their clothes, there was a flower tattooed, which represented their identity as managers. Junior brother Zhang's son, junior brother Zhou, is this the villain you're talking about? One of the handyman managers glanced at Xiaoyang lightly with disdain in his eyes. Then he smiled and asked Zhang Sunshan and Zhou Shankai. The other 2 managers also showed disdain. They didn't take Xiaoyang seriously at all. Zhang Sunshan hurriedly explained to the 3 outer disciples who were also part-time managers. Yes, senior brothers, that guy is Xiaoyang. He commits all kinds of evil. He bullies the weak and fears the strong. He inverts right and wrong and bullies the weak. We were bullied by him. Senior brothers, please uphold justice for us. The 3 managers sneered, reached out their hands, patted their chests and promised, "Don't worry, we'll naturally do this small thing for you. Upholding justice is everyone's responsibility," but Zhang Sunshan and Zhou Shankai secretly despised them. They were talking big and they looked so righteous. In fact, they were doing it for the sake of benefits. However, they didn't show their disdain. They continued to say nice things. "Don't worry, it's double the usual amount. As long as we take care of Xiaoyang, the 3 senior brothers will definitely be satisfied." The 3 managers immediately smiled with shifty eyes. They were very happy, and the corners of their eyes and eyebrows were full of smiles. The reason why they treated Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, Zhang Sunshan, and the other handyman disciples differently was that these people were the children of rich people. They were the 2nd generation of the rich, and they were from families with backgrounds. They could give them a lot of cultivation resources every month. Now, in order to double the cultivation resources every month, they might have to teach Xiaoyang a lesson. "Kid, you're Xiaoyang? You bullied junior brother Zhang's son and the others before. Is it true?" One of the managers came forward and questioned Xiaoyang coldly. He just wanted to find a good reason before making a move, so that he could stand on the moral high ground. As for whether it was true or not, there was no need to distinguish it at all. Before Xiaoyang could respond and explain, the manager couldn't wait to make a move. He roared, A person like you who's evil and lawless should be taught a lesson. Take my punch." He was directly confirming Xiaoyang's crime and then taking action against Xiaoyang as a matter of course. Xiaoyang sneered, and the anger in his heart burned even more. He didn't expect that even the low-level managers were so corrupt. They were simply the parasites of the sect. With them around, the sect would collapse sooner or later. He snorted coldly and said, "Is this how you manage people? Handyman disciples don't act like handyman disciples, and management doesn't act like management. You use the convenience of your position to connive with the handyman disciples to be arrogant and push the work that should belong to them to other handyman disciples, increasing the burden of other handyman disciples. This is simply dereliction of duty and courting death. This time, Xiaoyang didn't use the teleportation art. He also raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and attacked with a bang. He wanted to meet force with force, and their fists collided. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The sound of bones breaking came from the manager's arm, followed by a shrill scream. Ah! The manager painfully stroked his broken arm and repeatedly gasped. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with horror. He felt uneasy. Xiaoyang, you dare to come to our handyman department and attack our managers. You're provoking us. You're courting death. Go, kill him. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Chapter 428. This little manager who was seriously injured couldn't take this lying down. He immediately became enraged like a ferocious beast and roared in all directions, hoping that the others would attack together and defeat Xiaoyang. If not, where would his face be? How would he be able to manage the many odd jobs disciples in the future? As his words fell, the other two managers could no longer sit still. They walked up with a gloomy expression and released a powerful aura, locking onto Xiaoyang. Good lad! You dare to come to our territory and injure our companions. You're digging your own grave. The two supervisors each executed a martial technique and attacked Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang stood in place, completely unmoving. He didn't even try to dodge. With a cold snort, he flipped his hand and took out the Azure Wolf sword that the poison sex sect master had given him. As he poured his cultivation base into it, the Azure Wolf sword began to shine with multicolored light. It let out a sword hum as it floated in the air, a sword spirit appearing out of nowhere. Awu. The sword spirit, Ash Wolf, was a demonic beast comparable to a 5th-level martial grandmaster. It let out a howl and suddenly pounced on the two supervisors. The two supervisors turned pale with fright, and their expressions changed drastically. They were no match for Ash Wolf and were sent flying in less than one round. The sword spirit, Ash Wolf, was bored and immediately returned to the Ash Wolf sword. Xiaoyang controlled the Ash Wolf sword and did not intend to let the three pests off so easily. Quick! His hands formed a sword seal, and with a shout, the Ash Wolf sword's speed suddenly increased tenfold, and in an instant, it slashed through the meridians of the three junior managers' hands and feet, directly severing their meridians. I'll cripple you. Let's see if you can still do evil in the future. Trash, like you shouldn't be in the position of supervisors. Xiaoyang snorted softly and withdrew the Ash Wolf sword. He glanced at them indifferently. On my hand. On my foot. Woo-woo! Our cultivation has been crippled and our meridians have been severed. The three supervisors wailed bitterly, and their expressions were full of pain. They did not expect Xiaoyang to be so ferocious and have such a terrifying cultivation to cripple them directly. Xiaoyang, you sure have guts. How dare you act so presumptuously here? The people from the disciplinary hall will be here soon. When the time comes, you'll have to bear the consequences. You'd best obediently kneel on the ground and apologize to us. Then, cripple your own cultivation base. Perhaps we can reluctantly forgive you. Frightened, Zhang Sunshan hurriedly roared at Xiaoyang. Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others were also frightened. They didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so bold that he even dared to kill an outer disciple who was in charge. They originally thought that these three managers would be able to deal with Xiaoyang, but now they were in a difficult position and had even cheated the three managers. They simply wanted to cry, but had no tears. They were filled with regret. However, fortunately, when they were fighting just now, he had secretly sent out a communication jade slip to inform the people of the punishment hall to come over. When the time came, he would teach Xiaoyang a lesson. Haha, a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. It seems that you still don't know who you have offended. Xiaoyang was even more contemptuous. He put his hands behind his back, raised his chest, and looked at them disdainfully. His temperament was aloof, his bearing was extraordinary, and he was handsome. Xiaoyang, don't be complacent. I'm telling you, you're definitely finished. Zhang Shan threatened Xiaoyang. Then he said to the many handyman disciples who were watching, "Senior brothers and junior brothers, have you all seen it? This thief Xiaoyang actually crippled a manager. Their despicable behavior will inevitably be punished by the disciplinary hall, so we should arrest him and then send him to the disciplinary hall. In this way, we will have a great merit. As long as we perform well, we have a chance to be promoted to outer disciple." It had to be said that Zhang Shan's ability to instigate was amazing. As soon as he said this, many people were tempted. That's right. This is a public place with so many people watching. Xiaoyang won't have a chance to argue, even if he wants to. What are you waiting for? Zhou Shankai and Zhou Shanlin also joined in, seeing that everyone was ready to make a move but did not dare to take the lead. Zhou Shankai and Zhou Shanlin looked at each other and made a decision. Without the slightest hesitation, they roared and immediately attacked Xiaoyang. With the attack of these two people, Zhang Shan also immediately joined the battlefield. Although their individual combat strength was not as good as Xiaoyang's, if they attacked together, they may not be no match for Xiaoyang. With the attack of these three people, dozens of disciples of Zhou City also roared. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they surged up aggressively. The disciples of Zhangsun City were the same. They could not wait to kill Xiaoyang. When the other handyman disciples saw so many people starting to fight, their hearts, which were originally eager to make a move, became more intense at this moment. After a roar, they immediately attacked ferociously, as if they were ready to risk everything. Xiaoyang blinked and glanced at the scene of hundreds of people attacking. The corners of his mouth curled up, outlining a mocking arc. To be honest, although the other party had a large number of people, he still did not put them in his eyes. He now had the Grey Wolf Sword and had learned the first level of the art of teleportation. Anyone whose cultivation realm was lower than his was nothing to be afraid of. Humph, now I let you see how powerful I am. Xiaoyang smiled coldly and raised his head slightly, as arrogant as ever. Seeing that Zhang Shan was about to attack him, Xiaoyang did not even think much and immediately used the art of teleportation. A majestic teleportation force erupted in an instant and swept up Zhang Shan, instantly moving Zhang Shan into the attack range of Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and others. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The attacks launched by Zhou Shankai and Zhou Shanlin instantly hit Zhang Shan's body. Zhang Shan was furious and flew into a rage. Fortunately, his cultivation realm was one level higher, and he had cast a defensive light shield. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the two people just now. Are you crazy? Are we allies now? How dare you attack me? You're courting death. Zhang Shan, who looked a little embarrassed, roared at Zhou Shankai and Zhou Shanlin. His face was full of anger, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. It's a misunderstanding. Senior brother Zhang, don't misunderstand. Zhou Shanlin and Zhou Shankai were also shocked. What happened just now was too sudden, causing them to miss. In fact, they were also very confused. Wasn't Zhang Shan about to attack Xiaoyang? Why did he suddenly appear in front of them? If it had not happened so suddenly, it would have been impossible to miss and cause a misunderstanding. Humph! Zhang Shan snorted coldly. Chapter 429. He didn't continue to fuss about it with Zhou Shankai and Zhou Shanlin, as he was similarly baffled by what had happened earlier. Originally, he was only 1 m away from attacking Xiaoyang, but in the next instant, Xiaoyang had actually strangely appeared in another place, and it was truly inconceivable. If it wasn't for Zhou Shankai and Zhou Shanlin's cultivations being a realm lower than his own, he would surely be heavily injured. Looks like all this strangeness is caused by Xiaoyang and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and carefully observe Xiaoyang. The next scene he saw caused him to practically be unable to help but stare with wide eyes. Even Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others were no exception. The scene before their eyes was numerous labor disciples besieging and attacking Xiaoyang, and they were like a flood that surged over in waves. However, from the beginning until now, not a single person was able to approach Xiaoyang, and all those that approached within 1 of Xiaoyang were all moved to another place. Hiss! When Zhang Sunshan saw this scene, his wide eyes were filled with disbelief, and he was shocked in his heart, and he couldn't help but gasp. He finally understood why he'd instantly changed his position earlier, and it turned out that it was really Xiaoyang's doing. But what martial skill did Xiaoyang execute to actually be so formidable? It was actually able to easily move people away, and it was even done without anyone noticing. This was too terrifying. Zhou Shankai and Zhou Shanlin were similarly shocked, and they were flabbergasted. Their expressions were filled with terror, and it seemed as if it was the first time they'd met Xiaoyang. They remembered that Xiaoyang wasn't so terrifying when they were at the foot of Poison Mountain. Only a short period of time had passed, yet Xiaoyang's combat strength had risen to such a terrifying extent, and it was too shocking. They glanced at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. "What should we do?" Zhou Shankai asked with fear. "Why don't we wait and see? Let's not make a move first." Zhou Shanlin said slowly. "What a joke. This Xiaoyang was already so heaven-defying. Even if they went up to him, wouldn't they just be delivering their heads to him?" Zhang Sunshan rolled his eyes and nodded. "Yes, let's wait and see. The disciples of the disciplinary hall will be here soon. Let's see what Xiaoyang can do then." They all agreed unanimously, so they didn't make a move and just watched from the side. In any case, those part-time disciples had already been incited and used by them, so it didn't matter if they watched those cannon fodder. Xiaoyang glanced at the many odd job disciples, sneered, and said sarcastically, "Oh, you still dare to attack? So stupid, so stupid. You've already been sold, yet you're still helping others count the money. Can't you see that the few people who took the lead are now watching the battle from the side? If you come again, I won't be polite anymore. After all, you guys aren't my match." Xiaoyang's expression turned cold as he warned them. However, these crazy odd job disciples still didn't seem to know fatigue. They still didn't listen to Xiaoyang's advice and continued to attack fiercely. Xiaoyang didn't want to hold back anymore. He shouted, "Then I'll show you some strength to calm you down." As soon as he finished speaking, his cultivation erupted again, and he used the greater teleportation technique to the extreme. He directly teleported many big stones 100 feet away. In an instant, the sky was full of stones. These stones whistled and smashed down. Because there were more odd job disciples gathered here, the crowd was densely packed. When the head fell, it directly hit many people. Many of the odd job disciples who were hit screamed. The odd job disciples who weren't hit were also shocked by the sudden scene. They all retreated and didn't dare to attack rashly. Many huge stones fell to the ground, smashing one deep pit after another. The ground trembled, and the rumbling sound made one's scalp tingle. Xiaoyang blinked and looked at his masterpiece proudly. He looked down at them with a condescending attitude and snorted coldly. "A group of losers. Come on, if you have the ability, continue to come. Let's see if your head or my stone is harder." Xiaoyang was very smug and proud of himself. The use of the greater teleportation technique was quite great. Seeing that the odd job disciples around had calmed down and didn't attack again, Xiaoyang was very satisfied. He waved his hand and used the greater teleportation technique again to teleport all the stones away and let them fly back to their original positions. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds and thousands of stones were cleared, revealing the empty ground. If it weren't for the many big pits on the ground, it would be impossible to be sure that the stones had hit here. A bunch of idiots. I already said you were being used, but you're still so stubborn. Let me tell you, those scum aren't good people at all. Xiaoyang angrily said. He directly took out the jade pendant the poison sect master had given him and snorted. Do you recognize this jade pendant? The poison sect master personally gave it to me. The sect master has already accepted me as his disciple. I'm his only disciple. You'd better think about the consequences of offending your superiors. Xiao Yang didn't even have the mood to curse them. Bickering with a bunch of idiots would only lower his IQ. He wasn't that stupid. Everyone present was shocked. Their faces were filled with horror. What? He's the sect master's disciple? F***CK, we're done for. We actually offended this guy. This is the sect master's personal disciple. Who knows? The poison sect might be handed over to him in the future. We're done for. We're done for. Their expressions were gloomy and sorrowful. Many of the servant disciples immediately shifted their hatred to Changsun Shan, Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others. If it wasn't for their incitement and sowing discord, how could they have attacked Xiaoyang? Yes, this was all their fault. Many servant disciples even wanted to attack them, their eyes glinting fiercely. These servant disciples weren't fools. They could still tell who was good and who was bad. For example, when the 3 junior managers were still in their positions, they'd been bullied to the point where they didn't even look human. They'd even embezzled the pitiful amount of cultivation resources the sect gave them, leaving them with nowhere to go. Their anger and hatred for the 3 junior managers was just as great, but because they didn't have any background or strength, they'd restrained themselves. This time, Xiaoyang had helped them defeat the 3 junior managers, but they'd actually attacked Xiaoyang because of their greed for that little bit of credit. They were simply biting the hand that fed them and biting the hand that fed them. They were filled with guilt and self-blame. This was all the fault of Changsun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others. If they hadn't misled and tempted them, how could they have done something so foolish? Changsun Shan, Zhou Shankai Dai. Chapter 430. Many servant disciples roared at Changsun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others. They were all seething with rage and wanted nothing more than to tear them to pieces. Changsun Shan, Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others were still stunned by Xiaoyang's words. What did they just hear? Xiaoyang had actually become the poison sect master's personal disciple? How was this possible? Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe it. This was too shocking and inconceivable. Wasn't this heaven-defying opportunity supposed to belong to them? What right did Xiaoyang have? Their hearts were filled with unwillingness and jealousy. They were filled with malice toward Xiaoyang, especially when they saw the jade pendant in Xiaoyang's hand. Their jealousy grew to the point of anger. In their minds, Xiaoyang had stolen the opportunity that originally belonged to them. This Xiaoyang deserved to die. Hearing the furious roars of the many servants' disciples around them, and even seeing that several servants' disciples with high cultivation were about to attack Zhangsun Shan, Zhou Shankai, and Zhou Shanlin finally came to their senses. Their faces were full of shock, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. But more than that, there was fear. If Xiaoyang was the sect master's personal disciple, then the difference in status between them and Xiaoyang was huge. They were several levels lower. To think that they had the guts to cause trouble for Xiaoyang. They were definitely tired of living. They were filled with regret and chagrin. Servant disciples only had the chance to become outer sect disciples if they performed well. Outer sect disciples had to work hard for 3 years to become inner sect disciples. Inner sect disciples worked hard for their entire lives, but only a few outstanding disciples were promoted to personal disciple. It was obvious how difficult it was to become a personal disciple. Even if they worked hard for their entire lives, they might not be able to obtain it. However, Xiaoyang had obtained the status as soon as he entered the poison sect. It was simply infuriating to compare oneself to others. This was only the most important thing. The most important thing was that they, as servant disciples, had actually offended a personal disciple. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Even if they were killed, it wouldn't be an injustice. Chang Sun Shan, Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, aren't you going to give us an explanation? In that case, we have no choice but to take matters into our own hands and demand an explanation. Seeing Zhang Sun Shan, Zhou Shankai, and the others standing dumbfounded on the spot, looking absent-minded, as if they hadn't heard their question at all, the many odd-job disciples couldn't help but remind them again. They had also thought of the consequences that Zhou Shankai, Chang Sun Shan, and the others had thought of. They thought, we've already offended the personal disciple, Xiaoyang. What are we waiting for? In any case, all the fault lies with Chang Sun Shan, Zhou Shankai, and the others. You guys! When Zhang Sun Shan saw that the servant disciples around him had turned against him, he couldn't help but become furious and roared angrily. You pieces of trash! Let me tell you, I'm from the Zhangsun clan, and these two are even from the Zhou clan. We're all from the 3 great clans. You dare to make a move against us? Do you not want to live anymore? Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others roared and threatened the handyman disciples around them. They said fiercely, even if you don't think for yourselves, don't you think for your families? Being questioned like this, they were immediately intimidated and didn't dare to act recklessly. Zhang Sun Shan and the others couldn't help but become more complacent. They mocked complacently, "Who are you? How dare you make a move against us? Humph, hurry up and get out of the way. If you make me hate you, you'll definitely have to bear the consequences. Let me tell you, you're a bunch of idiots. If you're being used, so be it. Why are you shouting? Don't you know your own intelligence?" In the face of Zhang Sun Shan's naked sneer and humiliation, many handyman disciples cried directly because their hearts were fragile. When they thought that the consequences were not what they could bear, they couldn't bear it anymore. How stupid were they? They were being used by others, and now they were being scolded by the culprit. They didn't even have the courage to fight back. How cowardly, useless their lives were. Wasn't it appropriate for others to call them idiots? Originally, as handyman disciples, they already felt inferior in their hearts. Now, with this, they felt even more inferior. Only a few strong-willed handyman disciples were still glaring at Zhang Sun Shan, Zhou Shankai, and the others. They clenched their fists. The veins on their foreheads were bulging, and their necks were swollen. Being used by others had already made them extremely angry. Now they were being insulted and mocked like this. Even a man made of mud would have anger. How about it? You guys? You're not convinced? What can you do to us if you're not convinced? If you're so capable, you should have grown up in a better family. What the hell? Seriously, Zhang Sun Shan roared directly at those strong-willed handyman disciples. He was extremely arrogant. F***CKU. The few servant disciples who were very courageous let out a roar and immediately unleashed their cultivation base, attacking Chang Sun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others without a care in the world. Zhang Sun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others weren't afraid at all. After sneering, they said, "You guys, you're not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Zhang Sun Shan sneered again and again. He immediately unleashed all of his cultivation, releasing a tyrannical wave of air. It directly blasted the surrounding handyman disciples away, clearing a large area. Although Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others' cultivation wasn't as high as Zhang Sun Shan's, they had the advantage in numbers. There were 20 to 30 people from Zhou City. When they joined forces, they were also a terrifying fighting force. Those handyman disciples who wanted to attack had to think twice. Zhang Sun Shan, Zhou Shankai, you guys were wrong first, and now you dare to hit people. Do you have any respect for me? Xiaoyang sneered and unleashed his cultivation again. He took out the azure wolf sword and stared at Zhang Sun Shan and the others mockingly. Feeling Xiaoyang's aura and hostility, Zhang Sun Shan and the others' hearts skipped a beat and their expressions changed. Not to mention that Xiaoyang's cultivation was high, His status was not something they could compare with at present. More importantly, Xiaoyang had a righteous reason. Once the punishment hall investigated, it was very likely that they would be the ones to be punished. Thinking of this, Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shankai, and the others' expressions changed drastically, full of fear. Xiaoyang, we don't want to be enemies with you. Why don't we let this matter go? Zhang Sunshan knew that he couldn't do anything to Xiaoyang this time. He might even get himself into trouble. So he simply proposed a peace agreement. Xiaoyang said disdainfully, "Since you don't want to be enemies with me, why did you keep provoking me before? Don't tell me that if you can beat me, you'll be enemies with me. If you can't beat me, you won't be enemies with me. Do you think I'm a fool?" Chapter 431. Zhang Sunshan's expression turned ugly at Xiaoyang's words, but he didn't back down. But he wasn't afraid. With his clan backing him, even the poison sect wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He looked at Xiaoyang coldly and said, "Xiaoyang, what do you want?" "Of course I'm going to cripple you and exterminate you black sheep. Only by getting rid of you can the poison sect truly be at peace," Xiaoyang said matter-of-factly. Then he slowly approached Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others. Everywhere he went, the servant disciples would open a path for him. They also hated Zhang Sunshan's group to the bone. Xiaoyang smoothly approached them. The servant disciples had obstructed him before, so he couldn't deal with them. Now that they had turned on him, he wanted to see if he could still help them. "I am telling you, Xiaoyang, don't mess around." Zhang Sunshan panicked when he saw Xiaoyang approaching. He even took 2 steps back. He was very afraid of Xiaoyang. Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others were the same. When Xiaoyang didn't have any status, they weren't Xiaoyang's match. Now that Xiaoyang had the poison sect master as his master, he could do whatever he wanted. Kill them. Kill them all. The servant disciples all looked at Xiaoyang expectantly. They roared and cheered for Xiaoyang. It was quite an imposing scene. Although they felt sorry for Xiaoyang, this guilt didn't hinder their killing intent towards Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others. Instead, it was directly proportional to their killing intent. The more guilty they felt toward Xiaoyang, the stronger their killing intent became. If they hadn't been used by Zhang Sunshan's group, how could they have let Xiaoyang down? Do you see that? Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, good and evil will be repaid in the end. Do you think you've won the hearts of the people? Xiaoyang was very excited when he heard the shouts of the many servant disciples around him. People like Zhang Sunshan, who are opportunistic and good at doing business without doing proper work, should be eliminated. Xiaoyang, don't think that we're afraid of you. If you dare to come forward again, don't blame us for being impolite. Zhou Shankai asked nervously. Zhou Shanlin was also flustered. His heart was pounding as he stared at Xiaoyang in fear. They were all people who had interacted with Xiaoyang before. Naturally, they knew how terrifying Xiaoyang was. They knew that they were no match for him. Zhang Sunshan also felt that he could not let Xiaoyang approach him step by step. Otherwise, he would only become more and more passive. He immediately unleashed his cultivation again and locked onto Xiaoyang. He was ready to fight with Xiaoyang again. What? Haven't you suffered enough losses before? You want more? I don't mind fulfilling your wish. Xiaoyang said slowly with contempt in his eyes. Be *starred, let's fight it out with him. As long as we kill him, we still have a chance. Zhang Sunshan could not stand Xiaoyang's provocation and immediately shouted at Zhou Shankai and the others. Okay. Zhou Shankai and the others responded. In an instant, 20 to 30 of them attacked Xiaoyang. Each of them unleashed their most powerful martial arts skills to attack Xiaoyang. Zhang Sunshan was the most powerful among them. His martial arts skills seemed to be more powerful and domineering. No one could ignore him. Xiaoyang was fearless. He sneered and the corner of his mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. He mocked, You guys are no match for me at all, no matter how many of you there are. I'll let you see how powerful my teleportation technique is. Xiao Yang's interest was immediately piqued. He immediately unleashed his cultivation and then unleashed the teleportation technique. As he unleashed the technique, a majestic teleportation power instantly erupted and swept over them. Zhou, Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others were instantly teleported 1,000 feet away. Zhang Sunshan was left alone. Xiao Yang deliberately left him behind so that he could fight him one-on-one. Zhang Sunshan, let's see how you deal with it now. Xiao Yang smiled proudly. He waved his hand and summoned the Ash Wolf sword. He then attacked Zhang Sunshan with the sword. A fierce and sharp sword light instantly slashed down at the other party. The sword light was extremely powerful and imposing. Zhang Sunshan's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly unleashed his movement skill to escape. The Ash Wolf sword howled and immediately charged at Zhang Sunshan. With a bang, Zhang Sunshan was sent flying. In a one-on-one battle, Zhang Sunshan did not even have the power to fight back. Xiao Yang put away the Ash Wolf sword and walked forward slowly. He came to the side of Zhang Sunshan. Zhang Sunshan had already been knocked to the ground and could not get up. Xiao Yang smiled coldly and glanced at him contemptuously. He mocked. Zhang Sunshan, what do you have to fight with me? Zhang Sunshan snorted coldly, feeling extremely humiliated. He turned his head away. He was very dissatisfied with Xiao Yang. Of course, Xiao Yang did not need him to be convinced. The other party was nothing. Xiao Yang would not be too calculative. He raised his hand and condensed his cultivation. With a bang, he slammed his palm towards Zhang Sunshan's chest. Wah! Buffed! Zhang Sunshan suffered a heavy blow and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Yang sneered and said, "Now that I've crippled your cultivation, let's see how you can still be arrogant. If you have the ability, come and fight. Don't you rely on how awesome your family is? Go, go, go. Hurry up and call your family members. I'll wait for you." Zhang Sunshan was in so much pain that he could not say a word. His face was twisted as he stared at Xiao Yang with hatred. Xiao Yang did not continue to pay attention to this defeated opponent. He turned around and used the great teleportation technique again, directly teleporting Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others who were not far away. Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others immediately panicked. They all saw Xiao Yang's attack, just now. Spare us. Senior brother Xiao Yang, we really know we were wrong. This is our new storage ring. We'll give it to you. Just give us one time to redeem it. Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others did not even think much about it. They immediately knelt on the ground and begged Xiao Yang for mercy. Don't talk to him about moral integrity or something like that. Compared to saving their lives, such things were worthless. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be repaid with evil. You guys have repeatedly caused trouble for me. I can't let you guys off so easily. Otherwise, you won't learn your lesson. Xiao Yang said coldly, then raised his hand and slammed it down on them. They felt a great threat, but the difference in cultivation between the two sides was too great. Even if they felt threatened, they still could not do anything. They could only watch as the other party's palm fell and attacked them. Uffed. They all spat out blood and flew backward. Their cultivation was completely crippled, and their dantian was shattered. However, Xiao Yang did not kill them, which was already considered merciful. Scram, don't let me see you guys again in the future. Chapter 432. Changsun Shan, Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others were infuriated by Xiao Yang's crippling of their cultivation. Their eyes were filled with resentment, and their faces were filled with unwillingness. However, none of them said anything at this moment. Xiao Yang's strength was outstanding, and he was even more lawless. He said he would cripple them, and he did it without any hesitation. He didn't care about the consequences at all. This kind of person was a madman who only cared about momentary gratification. In the face of a lunatic, this group of second princes and young masters had no way of dealing with him. If he was a rational person, they might be able to persuade him with their glib tongue. I told you to scram, didn't you hear me? Do you need me to invite you out? Xiao Yang's face was gloomy and his temperament was cold. He glanced at them unhappily and snorted coldly. His gaze fell on them as if he was about to devour them, causing them to be terrified. Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and Chang Sunshan were silent. Although they didn't say anything, they didn't leave either. What a joke! Leaving meant admitting defeat. As long as they persisted, it meant they hadn't lost yet. They still had something to rely on. They firmly believed that this was the poison sect, and Xiaoyang wouldn't dare to kill them. Even with the sect master's protection, he still had to worry about the consequences. Secondly, they had already notified the disciplinary hall. They believed that they would arrive soon. As long as they did, Xiaoyang wouldn't be able to escape calamity. Everyone on the scene was silent at this moment. Many odd-job disciples didn't move and just watched quietly. Zhou Shankai and the others also fell to the ground in grief and indignation. After waiting for a while, Xiaoyang saw that they didn't move and became angry. He roared, "Very well, then I'll send you off." Killing intent surged from his body as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Although it wasn't good to kill people here, it didn't mean he couldn't do it here. They were a scourge anyway, so killing them was no big deal. It could be considered getting rid of a scourge for the cultivation continent. Xiaoyang approached them step by step. His terrifying cultivation base roiled once more. Chang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, and Zhou Shankai sensed his awe-inspiring aura, causing their hearts to pound and their bodies to tremble. To be honest, none of them wanted to die. Who would want to die if they could live? However, they were not willing to leave with their tails between their legs. That would be too embarrassing. If word got out, what face would they have left? Even the family's reputation had been thrown away. Xiaoyang, I'm telling you, don't do anything rash. This is the poison sect, and it's already a huge crime for you to cause trouble in the servant department. Now, you've even crippled our cultivation bases, which makes your crime even worse. We're still disciples of the poison sect, so we're under their management and protection. If you insist on killing us, then you'll die as well. Chang Sunshan's face was pale as he looked at Xiaoyang, whose killing intent was gradually thickening. He couldn't help but roar again, hoping that Xiaoyang would be rational and not act rashly. That would be good for both sides. I don't want to repeat my words a second time. Xiaoyang was like a living god of death. After he closed in on them, he slowly raised his hand, and the power of his cultivation base once again gathered in his palm. Chang Sunshan, Zhou Shankai, and the others no longer had any cultivation base, so they couldn't block or dodge. As long as Xiaoyang's palm landed, they would die on the spot. Die! Xiaoyang let out a furious roar and charged towards them. Stop! But just as Xiaoyang was about to kill them, a stern voice rang out. At the same time, a powerful beam of light shot over, threatening to cut Xiaoyang in half. Xiaoyang snorted coldly and retracted his hand. Then he used his movement skill and quickly dodged the attack of the light. This old man is the #1 captain of the punishment hall. Let's see who dares to make a move with the punishment hall here. Qiu Shanming snorted coldly. His face was gloomy as he floated in the air, looking down at the scene below. Behind him were over a dozen disciples of the punishment hall. They were all wearing the special uniform of the punishment hall, so they could be recognized at a glance. Captain Qiu, save us. You have to uphold justice for us. That Xiaoyang brat came to our chores department to cause trouble just because he's strong. Look, he crippled our cultivation. Captain, Xiaoyang has committed a heinous crime. His crimes are unforgivable. Please uphold justice for us. When Chang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others saw the disciples of the punishment hall, it was as if they saw hope. Their eyes shone brightly as they hurriedly knelt on the ground and complained to Qiu Shanming about Xiaoyang's crimes. Qiu Shanming wasn't blind, he could see with his eyes. He could see the potholes below, as well as the intense aura of battle. This meant that a fierce battle had taken place here before. He couldn't help but frown, and his expression was somewhat displeased. Then he looked at the servant supervisor lying on the ground. He was actually heavily injured and unconscious. This made Qiu Shanming even angrier. His gaze then landed on Zhou Shankai, Changsun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, and the other disciples. They were injured, crippled, and even had their cultivation bases crippled. This made him almost unable to restrain his anger. Following Changsun Shan's finger and gaze, Qiu Shanming instantly locked onto Xiaoyang. His expression darkened as he stared coldly at Xiaoyang. He viciously said, "Ever since the punishment hall was established, the poison sect has never had such a vile incident. Xiaoyang, who gave you the guts to openly defy the punishment hall and trample on the poison sect's rules? Are you thinking of betraying the poison sect?" Qiu Shanming's expression was unkind and his gaze was icy. He had rushed over after receiving the message from the servant disciples. He never expected to run into such a big matter. If he didn't deal with Xiaoyang seriously, who would place the punishment hall in their eyes in the future? Who would place the poison sect's rules in their eyes? If there was no one to uphold justice, wouldn't the poison sect fall into chaos in the future? As the representative of justice, Qiu Shanming would never allow such a thing to happen. Xiaoyang furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment. Before this, he had also crippled 3 disciples of the law enforcement hall. However, the number 1 captain of the law enforcement hall in front of him clearly did not know about this matter. In that case, the reason why the other party had come this time was because of this matter. As the saying goes, this matter is this matter. Xiaoyang was neither servile nor overbearing as he said, "Captain, you might not know this, but Changsun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others were already at odds with me at the foot of the mountain. They were unreasonable first, so they could only become servant disciples as soon as they entered the poison sect. I was just passing by this place this time and wanted to leave quickly. Unfortunately, Changsun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others ran into me. They still hold a grudge over the previous matter and want to take revenge on me. They even instigated 3 servant supervisors to attack me. I had no choice." Chapter 433. What a nice had no choice. I think you wanted to kill someone just now. You had a disagreement before, but now you want to settle it in private? You're all from the poison sect, so of course you have to report this to the disciplinary hall and let them handle it. Qiu Shanming snorted again and again. His impression of Xiaoyang was even worse now. People, after all, subconsciously sympathize with the weak. Zhang Sun Shan's eyes turned crafty as he hurriedly said, "My lord, you don't know, but Xiaoyang's bad habits are hard to change. He's tyrannical. He stole our storage rings and then slandered us for attacking first. That's why we were forced to become Odd Job's disciples. This person has committed countless crimes and can't be ignored." "That's right, my lord. You can ask everyone here. Xiaoyang was the one who crippled us. We joined the poison sect, so our bodies, lives, and cultivation all belong to the poison sect. But Xiaoyang crippled our cultivation just like that. He doesn't put the poison sect in his eyes at all. If we don't punish someone like this, what will the others think of the disciplinary hall? What will they think of the poison sect?" Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, Zhang Sun Shan, and the others incited Qiu Shanming one after another. This made him lean toward them even more. But in order to show their fairness, he also asked the Odd Job's disciples, "Let me ask you, did Xiaoyang personally injure them? Did Xiaoyang cripple their cultivation?" He only wanted the results, not the process. In the beginning, many of the servant disciples here had been deceived by Changsun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others and had attacked Xiaoyang. Later, Xiaoyang had given them a chance to repent, and almost all of them had stood on Xiaoyang's side. They hated Chang Sun-shan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others because they had used them. They wanted to explain Xiaoyang, but Qiu Shanming's question was very clear. So they said, "My lord, it's true that Xiaoyang attacked, but they wanted to say that Chang Sun-shan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others were in the wrong first." However, just as they were about to explain, Qiu Shanming suddenly released a terrifying pressure to envelop them. He even stretched out his hand and stopped everyone from explaining. He said coldly, "It's fine as long as he's the one who did it. There's no need to say anything else. The disciplinary hall is fair and will definitely uphold justice for the victims. Come on, take down Xiaoyang for me." After Qiu Shanming announced to everyone, he immediately ordered his subordinates behind him to pursue Xiaoyang. Yes, the disciples of the Hall of Discipline responded, their eyes glowing as they charged toward Xiaoyang with a roar. They were just following orders. As for judging right and wrong, that was Qiu Shanming's job. When the odd job disciples saw this scene, their faces were filled with anxiety and worry. They wanted to explain for Xiaoyang, but under Qiu Shanming's cold and dignified gaze, they didn't even have the courage to speak. On the other hand, Chang Sun-shan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others looked at each other and laughed secretly. "Xiaoyang, let's see if you can survive this time. Aren't you very good at jumping around? Against the disciplinary hall, no matter how mischievous you are, you can only die." They all felt the joy of their scheme succeeding. Xiaoyang's face darkened when he saw more than 10 disciples of the disciplinary hall charging towards him. He said coldly, "Is this how the disciplinary hall does things? Chang Sun-shan, Zhou Shankai, and the others were the ones who provoked us first. It's their fault. They were sent here to be odd job disciples. The judgment and treatment were done by the sect master and the elders. Even if you don't believe me, don't you believe in the sect master and the 3 elders? Are you doubting their judgment and treatment?" Xiaoyang was also a little angry. What kind of people were these? Did they have brains? How could they be so easily hoodwinked? Just who was it that made him the captain of the first platoon? Wasn't this just harming others? Xiaoyang didn't want to fall into their hands. Given their corruption, he wouldn't have a good end. With a cold snort, he immediately used his movement technique to dodge. At the same time, he erupted with his cultivation base to counterattack. Qiu Shanming didn't listen to Xiaoyang's explanation. Seeing that Xiaoyang dared to resist and arrest him, he was instantly enraged. He said viciously, "How dare you? Xiaoyang, you dare to arrest and resist? You're openly going against my disciplinary hall and the poison sect. Capture him. Capture him at all costs." Qiu Shanming's rage was unstoppable. He roared hysterically at his subordinates, wanting to capture Xiaoyang. Despicable. Xiaoyang's expression darkened even more. These bastards. This meant that Xiaoyang was on the passive side every time. For example, Chang Sun-shan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others' provocations at the start had caused him to attack. Now he was on the passive side. "Since I can't reason with them, I can only use my fists to demand justice." Xiaoyang spat viciously. Then he instantly used the greater teleportation technique and teleported the dozen or so disciples of the punishment hall 1,000 feet away. Their ferocious martial skills and killing moves also landed 1,000 feet away. There were rumbling sounds of explosions, and the ground was almost flipped over. What's going on? Weren't I attacking Xiaoyang, that scoundrel? That's right, where's that scoundrel Xiaoyang? Where is he? How do we end up here? Weren't we about to capture Xiaoyang? They were still dumbfounded after being teleported away. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment, as if they had seen a ghost. Even Qiu Shanming's eyes were wide open at this moment, filled with disbelief. He knew full well how powerful his subordinates were, especially since they had cultivated a coordinated formation. Once they joined forces, even a 5th-level martial ancestor would find it hard to stop them. However, Xiaoyang was completely unscathed in the face of his subordinates' attacks, and had even repelled them. This was too shocking. He didn't know much about Xiaoyang. According to Xiaoyang's explanation, he, Changsun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others were all new disciples of the poison sect. Since when were the new disciples so terrifying? How would he be able to keep his job in the future? What are you spacing out for? Go, hurry up and capture him. Qiu Shanming bellowed again and again, sending out orders to his subordinates out of humiliation and anger. Go. Enraged, the disciples of the Hall of Discipline once again executed their movement techniques and unleashed their cultivation bases, rushing toward Xiaoyang. They refused to believe that Xiaoyang was so heaven-defying that he would be able to do it a second time, even if it was just the first time. They refused to believe in heresy. Chapter 434. Only the odd-job disciples who had experienced the power of the art of great teleportation were able to watch the scene in front of them with a clear conscience. There were hundreds of odd-job disciples. When they attacked Xiaoyang previously, Xiaoyang had used the art of great teleportation to deal with them. When they first encountered it, they were also dumbfounded. However, they were much better now. Seeing that even the disciples of the punishment hall were being toyed with by the art of great teleportation, they immediately felt better and even a little relieved. Xiaoyang snorted and his gaze was cold. Seeing that these guys were unwilling to give up attacking him again, he became ruthless. He glanced angrily at Qiu Shanming and decided to teach him a lesson. With a cold snort, he quickly formed a seal with both hands and mobilized his mind. A majestic and terrifying art of great teleportation instantly exploded. This art of great teleportation was like a monstrous wave that engulfed more than 10 opponents. Then it directly teleported them to Qiu Shanming's side. Boom! 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 A series of loud explosions rang out once again. This was the result of their killing moves and martial skills erupting with terrifying power. However, the explosion of power this time was not in vain, because the terrifying power and shock waves all rushed towards Qiu Shanming. It was equivalent to Qiu Shanming being attacked by more than 10 second and third level martial ancestor, realm martial artists. Furthermore, these people were his subordinates. He instantly became embarrassed and dispirited. Even though he had defended himself immediately, he was still slightly injured. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and his robe was torn in several places. This made the corners of people's mouths twitch. The dignified leader of the punishment hall was actually beaten up by his own subordinates. If this spread out, his reputation would be ruined. What do you dare to do? Do you want to die? Take a good look at who I am. Please look at who you are before you attack. Qiu Shanming was extremely angry. His anger was like a volcano, and he was so angry that his entire body was trembling. This was under the gaze of many people, and most of them were watching. Were these subordinates all good-for-nothings? Did they grow up eating sh*t? They couldn't even deal with a puny Xiaoyang. Instead, they attacked him without distinguishing between friend and foe. This was a serious offense. Ah, boss? Why are you here, leader? Weren't we attacking Xiaoyang? Why did it change? What the hell is going on? The dozen or so disciplinary hall disciples were all at a loss. They didn't even know what had happened. Instead, they panicked as they looked at Qiu Shanming, who had suffered a blow. Heavens! Not only did he fail to complete the mission, he even injured the captain. Would the captain let him off easily for the sake of his reputation and dignity? I'm sorry, Captain. Boss, we didn't do it on purpose. Boss, you're right. This is definitely a trick. They all panicked and their hearts were filled with fear. They kept apologizing to Qiu Shanming, trying to get his forgiveness. Now, all of their faces were like frosted eggplants, terrified and uneasy. Their lips were trembling, and their faces were pale as they looked at Qiu Shanming at a loss. How could they have the time to pay attention to Xiaoyang? Enough, you bunch of pigs, Trash, rice buckets, trash. Qiu Shanming was so angry that he couldn't get any angrier. He roared at them in embarrassment. He breathed heavily, and his chest rose and fell rapidly. He clenched his fists, and his face changed several times. He was so angry that his face turned white and then green. He was a captain who held the power of life and death. Ever since he took the position, he had never been humiliated like this, nor had he ever been played like this. Everyone who saw him was extremely respectful. Now he had lost his composure in front of so many odd job workers. Moreover, he had lost it because of a new disciple. How could he accept this? How could he tolerate this? Bastards, all of you attack. I'll attack too. Let's attack together and kill that despicable Xiaoyang. He roared angrily, his anger erupting. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Previously, he only wanted to capture Xiaoyang and punish him according to the rules of the punishment hall to show his dignity. Now that Xiaoyang was so uncooperative, he was simply digging his own grave. Therefore, he didn't mind killing Xiaoyang. After all, it wasn't as if there hadn't been a murder case in the punishment hall. After they shouted, figures whizzed toward Xiaoyang one after another. Because they were working hard, their speed was extremely fast, and they tore through the air, causing sharp and ear-piercing sounds to be heard. Xiaoyang, you're finished. How dare you play with me like this? I won't let you off easily. Qiu Shanming was furious. His face was distorted as he roared ferociously. He was a 4th-level martial arts grandmaster. When his cultivation exploded, his aura was shocking and rushed into the sky. Suppress. When he got close to Xiaoyang, he immediately roared in anger. With a flip of his hand, he covered Xiaoyang. As his palm fell, a huge palm print covered the sky and continued to crush down. It exploded with a majestic force. Even the spectators in the distance felt a huge pressure. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Bastard who can't tell right from wrong, who doesn't change black and white, who listens to slander, I'll teach you a lesson. Xiaoyang shouted in grievance. Because he was wronged by a villain, the people of the punishment hall didn't understand him. Therefore, he was very upset. This time, they didn't care about the slightest bit of face. Only by using force to subdue them would they talk reason with you. Thousand poisonous hands. Xiaoyang roared in anger. As he roared, his cultivation exploded. In an instant, his body seemed to grow infinitely. Moreover, there were hundreds and thousands of hands growing out of his body. Every one of these poisonous hands contained a terrifying force that was comparable to a 4th-level martial arts grandmaster. Following the explosion of the thousand poisonous hands, in less than a blink of an eye, the disciples of the punishment hall who rushed over were all sent flying. Each of them screamed in pain and smashed onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Poof! Wow! They were severely injured because this was the power of a 4th-level martial arts grandmaster. It was not something they could withstand, especially a few of the 2nd-level martial arts grandmasters. Under the indiscriminate attack of the thousand poisonous hands, they were almost killed. At that moment, they were lying on the ground with black faces. Blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths, and they were unconscious. The most powerful one was Qiu Shanming. His martial skill was also broken by the thousand poisonous hands. He relied on his high cultivation to avoid the attack in time and was not injured. Xiaoyang, how dare you hurt the disciples of the punishment hall? You're courting death. Qiu Shanming looked at the dead and wounded subordinates he had brought with him. His anger skyrocketed to the point where it could not be any worse. Punishing hands. He roared and recklessly used his martial skill again, preparing to kill Xiaoyang. Chapter 435. Only those who had entered the disciplinary hall had the right to cultivate this martial art, the hand of punishment. The martial arts power was terrifying, and those who could cultivate it to perfection could be counted on one hand. As he used the reward and punishment hand, the words reward and punishment appeared in the air. These two words were golden in color and released an astonishing pressure. They contained a terrifying power, as if they represented the justice of heaven and earth, rewarding and punishing all living beings. Xiao Yang blinked, sensing the threat of the hand of punishment. He didn't hesitate to use fishing the moon in the well. Fishing the moon in the well. His hands flashed in an incantation gesture, and his cultivation base surged. Shockingly, an ancient well appeared in the air in front of him. It looked ancient, as if it had come from tens of thousands of years ago. It was very ancient and contained a small amount of well water. The water was clear, and if one looked down, they would see a bright moon reflected in the water, within which Qiu Shanming's shadow could be seen swaying. Xiao Yang didn't hesitate to reach his hand into the well, then fiercely scooped up the water. Under his action, an incomparably profound power spread out and acted on Qiu Shanming's body. Ah! PFFF! A miserable cry rang out as Qiu Shanming spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell uncontrollably from the sky and smashed into the ground with a loud boom, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Qiu Shanming's battered figure could be seen. He was struggling to climb to his feet with a terrified expression. His eyes were filled with apprehension at Xiao Yang's unfathomable mysteries. He never imagined that a newcomer could be so terrifying. Even a veteran like him couldn't compare. It would be very difficult to clean up this mess. His face darkened as he pondered how to deal with this. Xiao Yang, you've openly attacked us. This shows that you don't place the disciplinary hall or the poison sect in your eyes at all. Our disciplinary hall will declare you a traitor and issue a warrant for your arrest. From now on, you'll be the enemy of the entire disciplinary hall and even the entire poison sect. Our disciplinary hall will issue a mission for all the disciples in the sect to arrest you. You'd best turn back and repent as soon as possible. Qiu Shanming didn't dare to rashly make a move against Xiao Yang. He shouted at Xiao Yang a few times to let Xiao Yang know how powerful he was. Xiao Yang blinked his eyes, shrugged his shoulders, and said disdainfully, "You're just a stubborn piece of trash. What qualifications do you have to represent the entire disciplinary hall? How laughable. You can't differentiate between black and white, right and wrong. You believe whatever others say. You don't have the ability to think for yourself, and you don't have the ability to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Tell me, what qualifications do you have to arrest me?" Qiu Shanming's face turned green and white at Xiao Yang's words. His expression was very ugly. The more he thought about the matter, the more he felt that there was something fishy going on. But when he heard a new disciple like Xiao Yang criticize him, his heart was filled with unwillingness. Unwillingness was written all over his face. After a moment's thought, he roared at Xiao Yang, "Xiao Yang, you say you're innocent. I'll give you a chance to prove your innocence. If you can't, then obediently come with us. We'll investigate and give you a fair punishment." Haha, Xiao Yang laughed when he heard this. He sneered, "Is this how your disciplinary hall does things? You haven't even investigated the matter yet, but you've already decided that I'm guilty. Who gave you permission to do this? Do you think you'll give a fair punishment for a muddle-headed person like you who acts recklessly without investigating the matter? I'd rather believe in a ghost than a muddle-headed and incompetent person like you." Qiu Shanming's expression became even uglier. The many odd job disciples watching from the side also felt that Qiu Shanming's image was not good, but they didn't say it out loud. Xiao Yang said slowly, "Brothers, please continue what you didn't say before. Let this captain, who thinks he's righteous, judge whether it's true or false." He cupped his fists at the odd job disciples around him. His expression was sincere, and he gave them enough respect. Previously, when Qiu Shanming questioned these odd job disciples, he didn't let them finish their words at all. Relying on his cultivation and power, he directly suppressed Xiao Yang. This was an extremely rude, arbitrary, and vulgar behavior. Many odd job disciples were previously deceived and used by Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shankai, and Zhou Shanlin. Now they still hated them. They were instigated to attack Xiaoyang. They felt guilty and blamed themselves for Xiaoyang. Now that they could finally speak up for Xiaoyang, of course, they would cherish this opportunity. Captain, Xiaoyang is innocent. When he first came to the odd job department, he didn't come to look for someone. Instead, he took a look here and was about to leave. This Zhou Shankai, Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others seemed to have a grudge against Xiaoyang. After noticing Xiaoyang, they immediately stopped Xiaoyang. They can't let Xiaoyang go so easily. Yes. I don't know what happened next. Zhou Shankai and Zhang Sunshan relied on their good relationship with the three managers and instigated the three managers to attack Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang then put them down. After that, Zhang Sunshan and the other two even instigated us odd job disciples to attack Xiaoyang. The three of them were deceiving us and using us. Sir, please understand. In the end, Xiaoyang couldn't stand it, so he crippled the cultivation of these three villains. However, he didn't kill them. He just let them leave. He gave them a chance to leave, but they didn't cherish it. Therefore, Xiaoyang had the intention to kill them. The main culprits of all this are Zhou Shankai, Zhang Sunshan, and Zhou Shanlin. Xiaoyang is innocent. We can all testify. Many odd job disciples spoke one after another. They all stood on Xiaoyang's side and also stood on the side of the truth. Qiu Shanming's originally unsightly expression became even more unsightly when he heard the various words of the crowd. Damn it, these three bastards actually wanted to use the disciplinary hall to do things for them. As a matter of fact, they had caused him to lose soldiers and lose face. It was all because of Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, and Zhou Shankai, the three main culprits. This made him extremely angry, and hatred shot out from his eyes. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang's strong skills and daring to resist this kind of injustice, then wouldn't he have wrongly killed a loyal person and fallen into the trap of those three villains? Then, how would he live in the future? How would his conscience be at ease? Thus he transferred all his hatred onto Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shankai, and Zhou Shanlin. His killing intent was cold and his aura frosty. He glared viciously at the three of them and suppressed his hoarse voice. The three of you dared to deceive and use this old man and almost killed an outstanding disciple of the poison sect by mistake. What do you have to say about this? Chapter 436. He anxiously ordered his heavily injured subordinates to surround the 20 or so people in front of him. Yes, in Qiu Shanming's eyes, they were on the same side. Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and dozens of others panicked when they saw Qiu Shanming's attitude and behavior. One by one, they hurriedly explained, "Captain, we're innocent. This Xiaoyang is the one who's trying to deceive you. Everything he said is a lie. It's true that our cultivation has been crippled, and our injuries cannot be faked." Xiaoyang blinked and sneered. "Captain, their injuries were caused by the same method as your subordinates. They all took the initiative to seek their own deaths. If you want to blame me, I don't mind teaching you a lesson." Qiu Shanming snorted and ignored Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's preaching was definitely to beat them up. They couldn't beat Xiaoyang, so naturally they wouldn't continue to fight with Xiaoyang. However, Xiaoyang was right. Although the injuries were caused by Xiaoyang, in fact, they all brought it on themselves. If they didn't take the initiative to attack, why would they attack? Therefore, they really couldn't blame Xiaoyang. The more Qiu Shanming thought about it, the angrier he became. These three despicable disciples with bad intentions even used him. How could he tolerate this? Men, arrest all of them and take them to the prison of the punishment hall. Serve them with all kinds of punishments. He ordered his subordinates. As long as this dispute was resolved satisfactorily, his good name and prestige would still exist. If word got out, he would be known as a person who believed in justice and fairness, and a person who was good at changing his ways. "We're innocent, Captain." "Captain, we don't accept this. He stole our storage rings. That's why we wanted to take revenge." Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others immediately panicked and hurriedly cried out. In fact, they were still lying. The reason they found trouble with Xiaoyang at the foot of Poison Mountain was because Xiaoyang had killed their family members. However, they were no match for Xiaoyang, so they were forced to give up their storage rings. Unexpectedly, they didn't learn their lesson and still brought up the storage rings. Qiu Shanming turned around and stared at Xiaoyang with fear. He said in a deep voice, "Xiaoyang, what else do you have to prove your innocence?" Although he had misunderstood Xiaoyang before, he wouldn't misunderstand him again this time. If Xiaoyang also violated the rules, he would still be punished. The punishment hall had to be fair, not fearing the strong, not sympathizing with the weak. Xiaoyang curled his lips and said calmly, "This is the judgment of the sect master, the 3 elders, and the 10 pavilion masters. I have nothing to say. If you want to know, you can ask them. If you don't accept, you can question the sect master, the 3 elders, and the 10 pavilion masters. You actually believe their nonsense, saying that I stole their storage rings? Then do you think the sect master, the 3 elders, and the 10 pavilion masters are fools? Do you think they would make a stupid decision like you?" Xiaoyang blinked and sneered. The corners of his eyes were full of mockery. He had seen stupid people, but he had never seen such a stupid person. Fortunately, this person was not stubborn, otherwise, he would have to be heavy-handed. Although Qiu Shanming's IQ was not high, after carefully thinking about Xiaoyang's words, he immediately came to the conclusion that Zhou Shankai, Zhang Sunshan, and Zhang Sunshan were still trying to deceive him. Damn it, these 3 were simply stubborn and unforgivable. "Men, take them away. Prepare to use a large-scale punishment." He was also angry. Where did these 3 get the courage to play with him so many times? They were simply playing with fire. No matter what, he was not stupid enough to question the decision of the sect's higher-ups. After all, he was only a small captain of the disciplinary hall. Although he felt a little uncomfortable being ridiculed by Xiaoyang and being called stupid, Xiaoyang was almost wronged, so it was normal for him to have a little temper. Regarding this, he should not blame Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was too difficult to deal with, so he simply ignored him. Qiu Shanming shifted his gaze and looked at the 3 odd job supervisors. He snorted and said coldly, "Take the 3 of them away too." As supervisors, they were actually deceived by the odd job disciples. They deserve this. Later, give them a little more ruthless. Although he was criticizing the 3 odd job supervisors, what was the difference between his previous behavior and the 3 odd job supervisors? Humans would always see the flaws of others, but not their own. Yes, the disciples of the disciplinary hall began to act. They responded and directly took the 3 odd job supervisors away. They came quickly and left quickly. When they came, their momentum was like thunder. When they left, they were also in a hurry. They took away 20 to 30 people in one go. Almost all the disciples from Zhangsun City and Zhou City were taken away. In this odd job division, only Xiaoyang and the others were left. Senior brother Xiaoyang, congratulations on regaining your innocence. It was all our fault before. Please forgive us. Congratulations, senior brother Xiaoyang. Senior brother, please take care of me in the future. Hundreds of odd job disciples knew about Xiaoyang's ability. Taking advantage of the little conflict they had with Xiaoyang before, they came forward one after another, wanting to get familiar with him. Xiaoyang faced them with a smile. After exchanging greetings for a while, he used his movement skill to leave. The 3 scum managers of the odd job division were arrested. The odd job disciples could be considered to have regained their freedom and a new life. At least in the future, the odd job disciples wouldn't have their cultivation resources deducted by the sect. For this, they were very grateful to Xiaoyang. "Forget it. I'll go back to the sect master's peak to cultivate and avoid trouble." When Xiaoyang left the odd job division's mountain, he secretly thought to himself. Then he returned to the sect master's peak. Although he didn't see Gu Qianqian, Lan Jia, Li Qinghe, and the others on this trip, but presumably they were doing well. After arriving at the sect master's peak, Xiaoyang calmed down and prepared to study the second volume of the Art of Greater Teleportation. As long as he studied the third volume or reached the major completion level, he might be able to help the sect master. Although the sect master didn't say it explicitly, he could still make a judgment based on his subtle observation. Just as Xiaoyang was preparing to continue comprehending, several rays of light suddenly appeared in front of him, interrupting Xiaoyang's thoughts. Xiaoyang couldn't help but stand up, squinted his eyes, and calmly looked at them. Those who could enter the sect master's peak definitely didn't have a low status. When those rays of light came closer, the figures of the people who came were clearly seen. The people in the lead were the second elder and the third elder. Behind them were Qiu Shanming, Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others. Damn, wasn't this matter solved? What are they doing here? And this even alarmed the two elders. Xiaoyang thought, this matter is probably not simple. Chapter 437. Greetings to head elder and second elder. May I ask what business you have here? Xiaoyang cupped his fists respectfully. He still had the necessary manners. Greetings. Xiaoyang, we're here for these 3 disappointing things. Third elder waved his hand, indicating that Xiaoyang didn't need to be so courteous. Xiaoyang's heart skipped a beat. These 2 elders can't be here for Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, and Zhou Shankai, right? If so, I'll be in trouble. Third elder continued, I won't hide it from you. Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others are from my Zhou clan. So the sect's third elder was from the Zhou clan. Xiaoyang had killed a member of the Zhou clan, and now he'd forced Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others to such an extent. Could it be that Elder Zhou wanted to use his position to avenge a personal grudge and seek justice for them? Xiaoyang was secretly on guard. Up until now, he was definitely not a match for the 2 elders, so he had to be cautious. What? Could it be that your Zhou clan can use your status as the poisoned sect's third elder to run amok and invert right and wrong? Xiaoyang smiled coldly. He looked relaxed on the surface, but his heart was heavy. If he fell out with these 2 elders, he'd suffer a great loss. However, he, Xiaoyang, was determined not to compromise with evil. Third elder was stunned. Why would Xiaoyang say something like that? Xiaoyang must have misunderstood. He couldn't help but smile wryly. It looked like Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the rest of the Zhou clan had done something so despicable that Xiaoyang's impression of them had changed. He explained to Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang, don't misunderstand. We're here to apologize to you. We know everything that happened, and they were in the wrong first. Whether it was at the foot of the mountain or at the servant department, they only had themselves to blame for the lesson. They can't blame anyone else. Xiaoyang relaxed a little. It was fine as long as they weren't here to cause trouble. He calmly said, You don't have to apologize. The disciplinary hall will naturally know how to punish you. I still have to cultivate, so I won't see you out. He decided not to interfere in this matter and let them handle it as they wished. The third elder could be considered to have been given the cold shoulder, and his heart felt even more bitter. He glanced at the second elder, and the second elder smiled and explained to Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang, Zhang Sunshan is a member of my Zhang Sun family. There's no need to talk about the past. It's all Zhang Sunshan's fault. Regarding this, I would like to express my apologies to you. I hope you can forgive them. Xiaoyang was inwardly shocked by the conduct of the two elders. No wonder the Zhang Sun clan and the Zhou clan could become one of the three great clans. It turned out that they possessed moral integrity, and fairness. Regarding this, he also admired them very much. As for the members of the jury and these hedonistic second generations, they were all exceptions. After all, no matter how good a clan was, there would always be a few vermin. Thinking up to this point, Xiaoyang felt relieved. He waved his hand and said, Forget it, it's not a big deal. Hearing Xiaoyang relent, The two elders also sighed in relief. They immediately turned to Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others and cursed, "You little bastards, scram! What are you still standing there for? You've done something wrong. So why aren't you apologizing to Xiaoyang?" Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others naturally didn't dare to disobey the two elders. They all revealed sorrowful expressions and fearfully apologized to Xiaoyang. "All right, if there's nothing else, I'm going to cultivate." Xiaoyang spoke slowly, intending to chase them away. Third elder said, "Xiaoyang, it's good that you've forgiven them. I don't think they're suited to stay in the poison sect, so I reluctantly drove them back to their clans. There's no need for them to go to the disciplinary hall. I hope you can understand." According to procedure, Zhang Sunshan and the others would be sent to the disciplinary hall to be punished. Given Qiu Shanming's temper, he definitely wouldn't hold back because he'd been toyed with as well. But with the two elders acting as his guarantor, what could he do if they wanted to chase them out of the poison sect? He could only watch as they were released. Xiaoyang didn't mind at all. He waved his hand and said, "You can make the arrangements as you see fit." After exchanging some pleasantries, the two elders cupped their fists and left, taking their clan's disciples with them. It was Qiu Shanming and the other disciples of the disciplinary hall who stayed behind. "Xiaoyang, why are you at the sect head's peak? Are you the sect head's most recent personal disciple?" Qiu Shanming asked noisily. It hadn't been good to speak with the two elders around, but now that they'd left, he could finally ask the question in his heart. To tell the truth, he was extremely shocked right now. Heavens, this Xiaoyang is actually the sect head's disciple, and the only one at that. I've already offended him badly before, but he won't take it to heart, right? Qiu Shanming was very nervous. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty as he looked at Xiaoyang with eyes full of disbelief. The dozen or so disciplinary hall disciples behind him were just as shocked. No wonder they hadn't been a match for Xiaoyang when they'd teamed up. It turned out that Xiaoyang was the poison sect master's personal disciple. If he didn't have a bit of skill, wouldn't he be losing face for the sect head? They were full of admiration for Xiaoyang and were beginning to worry that Xiaoyang would make things difficult for them. Xiaoyang glanced at Qiu Shanming and said indifferently, "That's right. I'm the sect head's most recent disciple. Do you have any advice for me?" His attitude was neither cold nor indifferent. He was very angry about Qiu Shanming's indiscriminate attack. What was rare was that the other party had turned over a new leaf. Even if he forgave him, he wouldn't necessarily be friendly with the other party. No, I don't dare to give advice." Facing Xiaoyang's overbearing coldness, Qiu Shanming immediately panicked. He was afraid that Xiaoyang would blame him, but he was also afraid that Xiaoyang would blame him. After all, this Xiaoyang had the sect head as his backer, and he himself had a powerful cultivation. If he tried to find fault with him, he would be courting death. "You've misunderstood. We're also here to apologize. We feel deeply guilty and blame ourselves for what happened before. We also found out about the loopholes in the management, so we've come to apologize in person." Qiu Shanming hurriedly explained to Xiaoyang. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to be kind, but at the very least, he couldn't let Xiaoyang show any malice. Xiaoyang blinked, shrugged, and said indifferently, "It's not a big deal. You can go. Since you're from the disciplinary hall, just continue to uphold justice and fairness." "Yes, we will." Qiu Shanming said his goodbyes and left with his subordinates. At the poison sect's gates, the second and third elders were reprimanding Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others with ashen faces. They were angry at their failure to fight and lamented their misfortune for losing face for the clan. After giving them a good scolding, they instructed, "If you cause any more trouble for the clan when you get back, you'll be punished to death." Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others immediately agreed that they wouldn't cause any more trouble. Chapter 438. Only then did the two elders stop berating them. In truth, in Zhang Sunshan's group's eyes, being kicked out of the poison sect was a complete loss. Their expressions were also filled with unwillingness. However, this was the decision of the two sect elders, so they could only comply. Not to mention, these two elders were highly respected existences in their clans. The third elder fiercely glanced at them. From their subtle expressions, he could see that they were not convinced. He could not help but coldly snort and say, "Still not convinced, right? Do you think the punishment hall's punishment is nothing? Do you think you can stay in the poison sect after enduring the punishment? Do you think Xiaoyang is easy to deal with?" He was practically roaring. "Good, good, good. Now I'll take you to see the punishment hall." In order to make them give up, third elder and second elder unleashed the power of their cultivation bases to sweep them away from the area. When they reappeared, they were at a cold pond in the back mountains of the sect. The temperature here was very low and the surroundings were frozen. As cultivators, they weren't too afraid of the cold. As long as they circulated their cultivation bases, it was fine. However, when Changsun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, and Zhou Shankai circulated their cultivation bases, they found that it was even colder. Their bodies were trembling from the cold and their teeth were chattering. Their eyebrows and hair were about to freeze. "This place, it's so cold. Elders, what are we doing here?" Changsun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others were shivering from the cold. They couldn't even speak clearly, as if they were tongue-tied. Third elder snorted. "This is the first punishment of the punishment hall, and it's the most basic one. You'll have to stay here for 49 days. Think about it, can you survive here?" The faces of Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others instantly turned pale. Heavens, this is too harsh. They had only been here for less than 10 breaths of time, and they were already on the verge of collapsing. If they were to stay here for 49 days, wouldn't even their souls be frozen? No, no, no! They didn't want to endure this damned and inhumane punishment. This time, they were completely panicking. Their hearts were filled with terror. They realized that the two elders really were protecting them, not letting them throw away their lives. Thank you, elder, for saving my life." Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others trembled as they expressed their gratitude to the two elders. The second elder's serious face eased a little. He coldly snorted and said, "This is only the first test. There is still the fiery poison test, the thunder test, and other brutal and violent punishment tests. Even if you double the number, you'll still be courting death. All right, all of you scram." The two elders saw that they had given up and used their cultivation to send them to the foot of the mountain, allowing them to return on their own. At the foot of the mountain, Changsun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others couldn't help but sigh. They'd thought that they'd be able to eat and drink well once they entered the poison sect. Who would have thought that Xiaoyang would appear out of nowhere and cause them to fall into such a miserable state? They couldn't accept it. However, what else could they do? Once they returned to their clans, they might even be scolded and reprimanded by their clans. Thinking of this, they weren't too willing to return to their clans. Instead, they dawdled and slowly made their way back. Along the way, a person was waiting for them. This person's body was completely shrouded in a black fog. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his temperament was cold and vicious. He stood in the middle of the road, blocking the path of Changsun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others. If Xiaoyang was here, he would have definitely recognized him at first glance. This person was Yao Ruomo of the Evil Cultivator Alliance, a 5th-level martial ancestor. Xiaoyang had exchanged blows with this person during the fight for resources at Zhongzhuan Mountain. The Sword Pavilion Elder, Thunder Pavilion Elder, and Buddha Pavilion Elder could also recognize this person. However, Changsun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others didn't recognize Yao Ruomo. They didn't even see people from the Evil Cultivator Alliance, much less recognize such a high-level Evil Cultivator Alliance. Zhou Shan Kai, Chang Sun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others didn't realize that death was about to befall them. The people from the evil Cultivator Alliance had always been merciless and vicious. They even borrowed the life force and souls of humans to cultivate. Hey, hero, you're blocking our path. Do you know who we are? If we tell you who we are, you'll be scared to death. Hurry up and get out of our way. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Zhou Shankai roared at Yao Ruomo. Although the three of them had their cultivations crippled by Xiaoyang, they still had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, there were still some who hadn't been crippled. If they joined forces, they might not necessarily be afraid of the other party. I've been waiting for you for a long time, my food. Yao Ruomo laughed coldly. As his sinister laughter rang out, the strange black fog on his body began to roll and spread out like a tide, sweeping towards Zhou, Shankai, Chang Sun Shan, and the others. What's this? Hurry up and retreat to avoid being hit. Go attack him and see. Chang Sun Shan sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly retreated with his men. Then he had a companion with cultivation use a flying sword to test Yao Ruomo. Under the control of the companion, the flying sword broke through the air with a swoosh and slashed towards Yao Ruomo. The flying sword was extremely sharp, and its power was comparable to that of a third-level martial grandmaster. However, it was obviously not enough to deal with Yao Ruomo. Just as the flying sword was about to hit Yao Ruomo, in the next moment, the flying sword buzzed and stopped moving forward. It was as if it had been blocked by something and was struggling to resist. The cultivator controlling the flying sword immediately sensed that something was amiss and shouted in fear. This is bad. Hurry up and disperse. The other party is about to control the flying sword. Just as he finished speaking, the flying sword that he had been controlling suddenly turned around. In an instant, it flew towards the group of people. A pale white light circulated on the flying sword, and its power was doubled. Boom, boom, boom. As the flying sword neared Chang Sun Shan and the others, it released several streaks of sword chi and slashed towards them, producing loud booms. Run! Let's go! Dodge! Screams of agony rang out. Under the explosion of the several streaks of sword chi, there were 7 or 8 of them who were injured. After realizing the terror of the enemy, they fled pathetically and did not know where to go. They scattered like birds and beasts, like headless flies. TSK, TSK, TSK tisk, Yao Ruomo laughed coldly. He enjoyed the thrill of seeing his prey lose their heads out of fear. However, to him, running away was not an option. The black fog swept out and instantly covered Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, Chang Sun Shan, and the others. Yao Ruomo was like a ghost. His figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Chang Sun Shan and the others. Then he was like a sickle harvesting rice. Chapter 439. Wherever he passed, quite a few people would cry out miserably, wailing and wailing everywhere. In less than 10 breaths of time, Chang Sun Shan and the others were all killed by him. His brutality was unparalleled, enough to make people's hair stand on end. TSK, TSK, TSK. He blinked, watching everything with interest. Bloodthirsty, light swirled in his eyes as he grew excited. It seemed he'd had a great time killing people just now. After dealing with Chang Sun Shan, Zhou Shanlin, and the others, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stood in place and formed hand seals, releasing his cultivation base. He slowly closed his eyes, and after a while his cultivation base rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. When he opened his eyes, the black fog that had shrouded the area was swept away, sucked into his body. Satisfied, he murmured. He muttered to himself as he sensed his cultivation. His cultivation had improved by quite a bit, which made him feel carefree. The poison sect. After Qiu Shanming and the others left, Xiaoyang wanted to continue cultivating and reach the 2nd volume of the Greater Teleportation Art. But as soon as he thought about it, he received a transmission. It was from Lin Xiaoji, whom he'd met before. He didn't treat Lin Xiaoji as a lackey and continued to treat him as a fellow disciple. However, Lin Xiaoji treated him as his boss, positioning himself as Xiao Yang's lackey. Xiao Yang was helpless in this regard. Previously, because of Lin Xiaoji, he had offended Ha and Aha. Later, Ha and Aha's backer, Duan Tao, made a move. Duan Tao was from the Sky Wave Alliance. Last time, he was defeated by Xiao Yang, but this time they came prepared. Otherwise, Lin Xiaoji wouldn't have contacted him so easily. Forget it, so be it. Fine, I'll get rid of you all in one go. Xiao Yang muttered to himself. Giving up on cultivating, he got up and used his movement technique to head down the mountain. This time, he found Lin Xiaoji without a hitch. He saw Duan Tao, Ha, Daha, and a few others across from him. Among them were several people with high cultivation bases. Even Duan Tao had to bow his head before them, fawning and currying favor with them. One of them was the vice leader of the Skywave Alliance. Lin Xiaoji, you'd better hope that Xiao Yang gets here soon. Otherwise, you won't be as lucky as last time. Duan Tao said viciously to Lin Xiaoji. His eyes flashed with a vicious light as killing intent appeared in his heart. Because his cultivation base had been crippled when he'd fought Xiao Yang last time. To cultivators like them, crippling their cultivation was akin to becoming a cripple to be bullied and despised by others. This time he had asked the Vice Alliance Master to come over to teach Xiao Yang a lesson, so that he could take revenge for the previous incident. He wanted to let Xiao Yang know that offending him would not end well. Lin Xiaoji looked at the large group of people in front of him. Feeling the aura of Duan Tao and the others, he was a little afraid. His face was full of worry. He was conflicted. He hoped that Xiao Yang would come, but he didn't want Xiao Yang to come. He was afraid that Xiao Yang would be in danger. Just as he was hesitating on how to open his mouth, a ray of light shot over from afar. In the blink of an eye, it arrived beside Lin Xiaoji. When the light faded, the figure inside was revealed. It was Xiao Yang. What Tom, Dick, and Harry are here to cause trouble again? Can't they come all at once? Sending a small fry here every 2 to 3 days is really annoying. Xiao Yang looked at Duan Tao and the others with an impatient expression. He spoke very disdainfully. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Duan Tao and the others were angry and furious when they saw this. They glared fiercely at Xiao Yang. If looks could kill, Xiao Yang would have died 1,000 times over. This was especially true for the Sky Wave Alliance's Vice Alliance Master. When he saw Xiao Yang looking down on him, he was furious. Brat, you are Xiao Yang? You dare to touch my Sky Wave Alliance's people and cripple Duan Tao's cultivation? You are courting death. The Sky Wave Alliance's Vice Alliance leader roared fiercely at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang knew that the other party had found someone with a slightly higher status. However, he didn't know who the other party was. He immediately asked, "Who the hell are you? Why are you shouting at me here? What is the Sky Wave Alliance? Do you have something good to eat?" Xiao Yang displayed a disdainful attitude. He didn't put the Sky Wave Alliance in his eyes. Whether it was Duan Tao or the Sky Wave Alliance's Vice Alliance leader, he didn't care at all. Brat, let me tell you, I am the Sky Wave Alliance's Vice Alliance leader. Remember, the person who will kill you is this old man. When the Vice Alliance leader heard Xiao Yang's arrogant tone, he was instantly enraged. His cultivation erupted and his aura soared to the sky. He wanted to teach Xiao Yang a lesson and let Xiao Yang know that the Sky Wave Alliance wasn't to be trifled with. You talk about killing at the drop of a hat. You are really ruthless. If you have the guts, then come at me. After I defeat you, you will bring me to see your alliance leader. Xiao Yang still had an impatient expression on his face. He had full confidence in this battle. This time he had invited the Vice Alliance leader. Next time, it should be someone at the Alliance leader level. Xiao Yang didn't want to wait for the Vice Alliance leader to find him. He might as well find him personally. Otherwise, he would be annoyed to be disturbed every 2 to 3 days. What are you being so arrogant for? Talk about it after you survive. The Sky Wave Alliance's Vice Alliance leader snorted coldly. He instantly took a step forward and executed his fist technique. He launched a fierce killing move toward Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang wasn't afraid at all. His face was calm like an ancient well. Looking at the Vice Alliance leader's attack, he stood still and didn't make any moves. He looked calm and unruffled, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Brat, you are courting death. Fine, I will send you to heaven. The Sky Wave Alliance's Vice Alliance leader saw Xiaoyang's attitude, and his anger skyrocketed. His anger reached an unparalleled level. He executed the 7 killing fist. 7 ferocious killing moves overlapped together, forming a spiderweb-like attack. It was impossible to dodge or block. Death was the only way out. However, Xiaoyang didn't put these attacks in his eyes. He smiled coldly and executed the greater teleportation technique. As the teleportation power exploded, he teleported his opponent away in the blink of an eye. The Sky Wave Alliance's Vice Alliance leader, who was teleported 100 feet away, was dumbfounded. His face was blank, as if he didn't know what had happened. Where the hell is this place? Wasn't I fighting with Xiaoyang? Why am I here? His heart was filled with doubts, and his expression was puzzled. The 7 killing fist he executed didn't hit his target. Chapter 440. Instead, it landed on a boulder 30 meters away from him. That boulder was struck by a terrifying force and exploded into countless pieces of rock. Smoke and dust filled the air as debris flew everywhere. Duan Tao was equally shocked. His eyes widened as he stared dumbfoundedly. What kind of strange ability was that? It could teleport people away in an instant. It was too terrifying, too bizarre. He remembered that the last time he fought with Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang wasn't even this terrifying. In just a few days, Xiaoyang had already grown to this level. If Xiaoyang was given enough time to grow, then the poison sect would be Xiaoyang's world one day. Where would they find a place to stand? The more they thought about it, the more shocked and fearful they became. Their killing intent towards Xiaoyang grew even stronger. They wanted to strangle Xiaoyang in the cradle. Daha and Erha were equally shocked. They stared at Xiaoyang in astonishment as if they'd seen a ghost. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. This Xiaoyang was truly too terrifying. They'd never seen Xiaoyang so strange before. It seemed like Xiaoyang had held back last time. They suddenly regretted coming to cause trouble for Xiaoyang again and again. After all, Xiaoyang had held back last time, but that might not be the case this time. They looked at the other shocked people next to them. There were 7 or 8 of them. When they thought of how strong these people were, they weren't so afraid anymore. So what if Xiaoyang was strong? Could it be that he alone could defeat everyone here? Daha and Erha calmed down a bit, but their bodies subconsciously moved back, wanting to hide behind the others. As for the members of the Sky Wave Alliance in front of them, after the initial shock, they slowly calmed down. They were frowning and had a contemplative look on their faces. They wanted to break Xiaoyang's strange, innate technique. Otherwise, they might not be able to win in the next battle. Xiaoyang, you do have some skills. The Sky Wave Alliance's Vice Alliance leader, Lu Quan, roared. He used his cultivation and instantly returned to the front of the crowd. Although he had been teleported away by the greater teleportation technique, he was not injured at all. At most, it would delay him from dealing with Xiaoyang. He did not mind at all. He also believed that Xiaoyang would not be able to use the greater teleportation technique more than a few times. After all, using techniques and martial arts consumed cultivation. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. Even if they took turns to fight, it was enough to exhaust Xiaoyang to death. Xiaoyang, your crooked ways can at most protect you for a while. You don't have the strength to kill us, so when your cultivation is exhausted, it will be the time of your death. Lu Quan said fiercely. He raised his head proudly, as if he was completely confident and had complete control over the situation. Take this 7 killing fist. He did not give Xiaoyang enough time. He was determined to exhaust Xiaoyang's cultivation. Therefore, he once again attacked Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang coldly smiled. He looked at Lu Quan as if he was looking at an idiot. He did not even look at Lu Quan. Seeing that Lu Quan's 7-killing fist was about to land, Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and used the greater teleportation technique again. A majestic teleportation force instantly swept over and engulfed Lu Quan's body, forcing him to teleport away. Swoosh! Lu Quan was once again teleported tens of feet away. That place was where Duan Tao, Daha, Erha, and the others were at. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. It was the 7-killing fist that landed in front of everyone. The ground trembled, and a shock wave swept out. Smoke and dust filled the air. As the terrifying shock wave swept out, Duan Tao, Daha, and Erha, who had their cultivation crippled, could not withstand the impact. They spat out mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying. Only the remaining 7 to 8 Skywave Alliance members managed to form a defensive barrier to protect themselves. They looked at Lu Quan, dumbfoundedly. Confusion appeared on their faces as they asked, "Deputy Lord, what's going on?" "We're innocent." Lu Quan was also embarrassed. Since he attacked his own people, it was fortunate that he did not injure them. He only attacked in front of them. As for Duan Tao, Daha, and Erha, the 3 of them who had their cultivation crippled, they were completely ignored by him. How could Trash have the qualifications to be his people? "Deputy Lord, you're not serious, are you?" Many Skywave Alliance members saw that Lu Quan was not moving at all. They exclaimed in shock and fear as they looked at Lu Quan. Lu Quan took a deep breath and regained his senses. He glared fiercely at them and coldly snorted. "What nonsense are you talking about? This is completely Xiaoyang's method. Stop blabbering. Let's all attack together. I don't believe that we can't take down Xiaoyang." He roared. He knew that Xiaoyang was difficult to deal with. He immediately gathered everyone to attack together. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 rays of light shot toward Xiaoyang. Each of them displayed their special skills, wanting to teach Xiaoyang a lesson. Xiaoyang was not afraid at all. The Sky Wave Alliance members were like weaklings to him. How could an expert be afraid of the clamor of a weakling? He curled his lips in disdain and coldly snorted. "You came at the right time. I'll take care of you all together." Humph! He flipped his hand and took out the Ash Wolf sword. The Ash Wolf sword was given to him by the Sovereign. It contained a sword spirit that was comparable to a 5th-level martial ancestor. It was extremely powerful. "Have a taste of my sword." Xiaoyang lightly snorted. He waved his hand and swung the Ash Wolf sword downwards. Under his slash, a sharp ray of sword chi shot out and instantly killed the Sky Wave Alliance members. At the same time, the sword spirit appeared out of thin air. It was a level 5 martial arts Grandmaster Songlang. After it appeared, it raised its head and howled. Then it waved its claws and charged towards Lu Quan and the others. "I don't want to play with you anymore. I'll take care of you all together," Xiaoyang said coldly. Then he closed his eyes and displayed the Traceless Dream spiritual attack. A thread of consciousness condensed into a needle and turned into 7 or 8 parts, instantly piercing towards Lu Quan and the others' consciousness. Soon, Lu Quan and the others were attacked fiercely. Ah! Tragic screams reverberated in the air. They fell from the sky and onto the ground. The Ash Wolf sword's power was already extraordinary. The sword spirit, Ash Wolf, was even more ferocious and invincible. Now, with Xiaoyang's Traceless Dream technique, they did not even have the strength to fight back. Clang! Xiaoyang kept the Ash Wolf sword and slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at them indifferently and walked up to stand beside Lu Quan. He said coldly, "Let's go. Take me to see the leader of the Sky Wave Alliance. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. You'll die under my sword." Yes. I'll take you there." Chapter 441. At this moment, Lu Quan no longer had the courage to resist. He and many of his subordinates had been beaten to the ground by Xiaoyang. At this moment, it was better to lower one's head. He led the way in front, while Xiaoyang and Lin Xiaoji followed behind him. When they passed by Duan Tao, Daha, and Ha, they ignored them because they were no longer a threat. At this moment, Lin Xiaoji was extremely excited. When he occasionally glanced at Xiaoyang from the corner of his eyes, he was filled with admiration and disbelief. He suddenly realized that his boss was actually so awesome. He had even defeated the deputy chief of the Sky Wave Alliance and many of its elites. He felt extremely proud and glorious. As he walked, he held his head high and puffed out his chest. He knew that all of this dignity and confidence was given to him by Xiaoyang. After using his movement technique and running for a while, he arrived at another mountain peak. This mountain peak was the headquarters of the Sky Wave Alliance. The so-called Sky Wave Alliance was actually a power formed by the disciples of the sect. When they first established the Sky Wave Alliance, their original intention was to protect themselves from harm. However, as they grew stronger, their original intention changed. They used their power to bully the weak and used it to extort and extort. Now they had finally kicked Xiaoyang's iron plate and suffered a setback. "We're here. It's right in front." Lu Quan pointed to a building a few dozen feet away and spoke with lingering fear. Xiaoyang looked over and saw the building in front of him. On the plaque on the door were the words Sky Wave Hall. This building had a total of 3 floors and occupied a large area. It seemed that the Sky Wave Alliance was rather impressive. However, Xiaoyang was not a coward. Now that he had Lu Quan and the rest as hostages, he had bargaining chips. Furthermore, his cultivation was strong. Even if he faced a 5th-level martial ancestor, he would still be able to fight. "Then let's go in," Xiaoyang mumbled as he walked forward openly. He wasn't afraid that the other party would set up a trap for him. No matter if it was a formation, a mechanism, or a variety of traps, he could judge them based on the knowledge of his previous life. After arriving at the Heavenly Wave's main hall, Xiaoyang stopped in his tracks and glanced at Lu Quan, saying, "Go, get your alliance chief to come out. Get everyone here to come out." Lu Quan didn't dare to disobey. His life was still in the hands of Xiaoyang. He immediately took out the command medallion on his body. After activating it, he activated the formation that had been set up here. Light flickered in the formation and condensed into an ancient bell. Then the ancient bell rang again and again. As the sound of the bell spread, the people of the Sky Wave Alliance all released their cultivation and gathered around. In less than 10 breaths of time, more than 300 Sky Wave Alliance disciples had gathered. A few high-ranking managers walked out of the hall. One of them had the highest status. He wore a jade crown and the uniform of the Alliance Master. His aura was so strong that it was obvious that he was the one who controlled the entire situation. What happened? Who rang the bell? The Alliance Master of the Sky Wave Alliance, Tianlang, slowly walked out. He swept his gaze across the entire place and asked indifferently. The person who was able to ring the bell had to be at least a deputy Alliance Master. After walking out, he saw Lu Quan, and his gaze fell on Lu Quan. Lu Quan had a bitter expression on his face. He had no choice but to explain, "Alliance Master, Xiaoyang is here to challenge us. We are useless and have lost to him. Please punish us." He defined Xiaoyang as a villain with just one sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, the Alliance Master, the other 3 Deputy Alliance Masters, and the many Sky Wave Alliance disciples were all enraged. They stared at Xiaoyang with hatred. Their battle intent soared to the sky. They all wanted to teach Xiaoyang a lesson. Since the establishment of the Sky Wave Alliance, it had been the strongest force in the sect. Who dared to be disrespectful to them? Now, a new disciple who didn't know the rules had come to challenge them. How could they tolerate this? Step down first. We'll talk about the punishment later. The Alliance Master of the Sky Wave Alliance, Tianlang, slowly spoke. He then turned his gaze to Xiaoyang. When he saw Xiaoyang's clothes, he couldn't help but chuckle. He said, "You must be Xiaoyang. Are you here to challenge us? Do you know anything about the Skywave Alliance? I can tell you that we have 1 5th level martial arts grandmaster, 4 4th level martial arts grandmasters, and over 200 3rd level martial arts grandmasters and below. May I ask, what are you going to challenge us with?" Hearing this, everyone laughed. In their opinion, any disciple was enough to teach Xiaoyang a lesson. Moreover, Xiaoyang was facing so many disciples. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and the corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. He wasn't afraid at all. He asked, "I don't care how strong your forces are or how strong your cultivations are. I just want to know if you're fair and if you're going against your original intentions. That's all." He then pointed at Lin Xiaoji and said, "This Lin Xiaoji was first bullied by the duo of Daha and Ha. Later on, the people of the Sky Wave Alliance interfered without distinguishing right from wrong, and even sent out this important person. May I ask, is this how your Sky Wave Alliance upholds justice? Is this how you help the evildoer do evil and bully the weak? I, Xiaoyang, have no authority. I'm not here to challenge your strength. I'm here to challenge your conscience. If you've turned into demons and don't know right from wrong, then what's wrong with me, Xiaoyang, coming to challenge you?" Xiaoyang raised his chest and said to them. Bu Tianlang fell silent after hearing this. That's right, he'd founded this Sky Wave Alliance to protect the weak. When he'd first arrived at the poison sect, he'd been in the same situation as Lin Xiaoji, constantly bullied. That was why he'd set his heart on changing everything. Later on, the Sky Wave Alliance was established, so they could finally stop being bullied. However, as it developed, the Sky Wave Alliance changed. For the sake of benefits and cultivation resources, many people used the Sky Wave Alliance's name to do unethical things. Xiaoyang looked at Bu Tianlang and didn't say anything. He continued, "Lin Xiaoji is just the epitome of the poison sect's weaklings. There must be many people like Lin Xiaoji who have been bullied by your Sky Wave Alliance. I just want to ask, doesn't your conscience hurt?" Bu Tianlang remained silent and didn't say a word. Instead, it was the other Vice Alliance Lord who spoke up. He roared at Xiaoyang, "Impudent! You're just a new disciple. What right do you have to be so arrogant here? Do you believe that I can turn you to ashes with a single order?" This Vice Alliance Lord's surname was Sunday. He'd done many shady things for profit, so he naturally couldn't sit still when Xiaoyang attacked someone like him. Chapter 442. Otherwise, if Bu Tianlang pursued the matter, he would not have a good ending. Luckily, he did his job well and did not leave any evidence behind. Following Vice Leader Sun's words, many of the Sky Wave Alliance's disciples who wanted to fight also became restless. They released their battle intent and planned to fight with Xiaoyang. Since there was someone like Vice Leader Sun in the Sky Wave Alliance, there would naturally be many others like him. They would do anything for their own benefits and use the name of the Sky Wave Alliance. Xiaoyang sneered and said with disdain, "Since you guys don't know how to repent, then let's fight." Most of the time, the truth was grasped in the fist. When your fist was strong enough, you represented the truth. Otherwise, the so-called morality and justice were just empty words. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and looked around at the crowd. His body also released his fighting spirit. Even if he had to fight against 300 people, he would not be afraid. The only person he was wary of was this unfathomable vice leader, Bu Tianlang. What a reckless person. "I will fight you." Me. One by one, the Sky Wave Alliance's disciples jumped out. They all wanted to fight with Xiaoyang and make Xiaoyang back off. However, Xiaoyang ignored them and said with disdain, "You guys, you really don't have the qualifications to be my opponent. Let's not waste any more time. Whatever alliance leader and vice leader, just come at me together. If I lose, there's nothing to say. If you lose, then you'll have to give me an explanation. I want to hear what kind of explanation you want. You dare to challenge us 3 vice leaders? You are courting death. Vice Leader Sun sneered. He was so angry that he laughed and asked Xiaoyang coldly. He felt that Xiaoyang was too arrogant. He was just a new disciple, a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. He was simply courting death. In their opinion, dealing with Xiaoyang was a piece of cake. Xiaoyang said matter-of-factly, "If I defeat you guys, then I will naturally disband the Sky Wave Alliance. I don't want to keep this scourge here to harm others." Presumptuous. How dare you? What an arrogant brat. Angry roars rang out one after another. They thought to themselves, is this kid crazy? He actually wanted to dissolve the Celestial Wave Alliance with his own strength. How could those powerful people in power agree? After all, they had vested interests. Vice Alliance Master Sun was furious to the extreme. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as Xiaoyang. He ferociously roared at Xiaoyang, "Fine, this old man agrees. If you can defeat us, we will naturally listen to you. You better think carefully. If you lose, you will have to leave your little life behind." Vice Alliance Master Sun was roaring in anger. Xiaoyang's request was too much. He could no longer control his anger, and his entire person was about to fly into a rage. He was so angry that he almost lost his mind. At this moment, his face was ferocious as he glared at Xiaoyang. His body released a strong, murderous aura. He had already made a decision in his heart. He must kill Xiaoyang with his sword when he fought with Xiaoyang. The other two Alliance Masters were slightly calmer. They knew that Vice Alliance Master Sun's decision was too reckless and impulsive. However, almost all the disciples of the Celestial Wave Alliance were glaring at Xiaoyang. Therefore, even if they did not want to be as impulsive as Vice Alliance Master Sun, they could only go with the flow and follow the opinions of the crowd. The two Vice Alliance Masters also made their stance. They slowly said, "We can also agree. Young man, I hope you will consider it carefully. After all, life is unpredictable and only once in a lifetime." There were a total of 4 Vice Alliance Masters in the Celestial Wave Alliance. One of them was Lu Quan. However, Lu Quan was defeated by Xiaoyang and would definitely not make a move now. Therefore, only the 3 Vice Alliance Masters were left to clamor at Xiaoyang. The Alliance Master of the Celestial Wave Alliance, Butianling, remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. What's there to think about? Let's do it. Let's use our strength to determine the truth. Xiaoyang smiled proudly. He still did not put them in his heart. He took a stance and took a few steps back, treating this place as the battlefield. Lin Xiaoji, who was beside him, frowned with a worried expression. His eyes were filled with solemnity. Although following Xiaoyang gave him satisfaction and pride, it also came with risks. If Xiaoyang lost this battle, then not only would Xiaoyang die, he would also die. However, he was not worried about his own life. He was worried about Xiaoyang's life. Xiaoyang had done him a great favor. He did not wish for Xiaoyang to die. Even if he had to die, he would not hesitate. "Boss, be careful. I will always be with you," Lin Xiaoji said to Xiaoyang before slowly retreating. His cultivation was low, and he could not interfere. Any one of the members of the Celestial Wave Alliance could teach him a lesson at any time. Therefore, other than sincerely accompanying Xiaoyang, he had no other choice. Xiaoyang nodded at him and gestured for him to leave. He also told him not to worry. Lin Xiaoji was not the only one who retreated. Lu Quan, Butianlang, and many other members of the Celestial Wave Alliance also retreated. They gave up their positions so that Xiaoyang and the others could fight. This was a battle that would determine the survival of the Celestial Wave Alliance. It was also an important battle, and they could not afford to be careless. "Please, kid." The 3 Vice Alliance leaders looked at the empty field and got into their battle stances. They glanced at Xiaoyang and said coldly. Their battle prowess exploded, and their auras soared into the sky. It was terrifying. They were all 4th level martial arts grandmasters. With the 3 of them working together, they did not believe that they could not take down Xiaoyang. They were full of confidence. Even the other members of the Celestial Wave Alliance were full of confidence. They all had arrogant smiles on their faces as if they were watching Xiao Yang's funeral. I have long been invincible in the same realm. You are no match for me. I hope that you will not embarrass yourselves. Quickly surrender and retreat. Xiao Yang kindly reminded them. He knew his own cultivation best. Ever since he had learned the first volume of the teleportation skill, he had vaguely shown signs of a breakthrough. It was as if he was half a step into the 5th-level martial arts grandmaster. Humph, arrogant. Such an arrogant kid. Let me teach you a lesson. Vice Alliance Master Son said arrogantly to Xiao Yang. His tone was full of contempt, and he looked as if he did not think highly of Xiao Yang. In that case, don't blame me for being merciless. As soon as Xiao Yang finished speaking, he immediately unleashed his cultivation, and his aura soared to the sky. Chapter 443. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and used the mental attack martial skill of the Traceless Dream. His divine sense was like a raging wave that swept out in all directions. Under his control, the terrifying divine sense instantly condensed and turned into 3 needle-like figures that attacked the 3 vice leaders. The 3 vice leaders faintly felt that something was wrong and became even more vigilant. They were filled with vigilance and were on guard against the situation around them. However, even though they sensed that something was wrong, they still couldn't sense where the danger would come from. This fear spread to their hearts, causing them to feel fear for the first time. The feeling of waiting in fear was too torturous. Even their breathing became hurried and their chests rose and fell rapidly. The 3 vice leaders didn't dare to underestimate Xiao Yang anymore. They all joined hands and stood back to back as they vigilantly looked around. Their expressions were grave, as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, they also understood that Xiao Yang, who dared to challenge them, was definitely not so simple. They frowned tightly, feeling that they had been too careless this time, especially Vice Leader Sunday. He had made an impulsive decision in his anger, and now he was vexed and regretting it. Once they were defeated in this battle, the Skywave Alliance would face disbandment, and those who held true authority would be eliminated as well. All their identities, status, and even benefits would vanish along with it. Shoo! An ear-piercing sound pierced through the air, causing the hearts of the 3 vice leaders to tighten. Their scalps went numb and their bodies instinctively tensed up. They all knew that Xiao Yang had launched an attack, but Xiao Yang's attack method was too strange. They couldn't sense where Xiao Yang's attack was coming from. Looking around with their naked eyes, there was no movement in the surroundings. They could only sense the danger with their 6th sense. They were completely flustered and solemn. They clenched their fists and frantically circulated their cultivation to create a defensive, light barrier. Only when they were in the middle of a battle would they feel an intense sense of life and death. They were unprecedentedly nervous and facing an unprecedented threat. They never thought that this little new disciple, Xiao Yang, could actually bring them such a great danger. The 3 vice leaders had done enough defensive work. They were all in a passive state and could only defend because they didn't know where Xiao Yang's attack point was, so they couldn't counterattack. The members of the Sky Wave Alliance, who were watching from the side, were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. They had all witnessed the Vice Alliance leader's strength. To them, the Vice Alliance leader was a hidden and unfathomable almighty. Now that the 3 vice leaders were working together, they were actually nervous to this extent. It was simply unbelievable. There were even many members of the Sky Wave Alliance who thought that they were just pretending. Could it be that they were cooperating with Xiao Yang? But after thinking about it carefully, they rejected this possibility. After all, they were the upper echelons of the Sky Wave Alliance. It was equivalent to being below 1 person and above tens of thousands. There was no need for them to pay such a huge price for a new disciple like Xiao Yang. Then there was only one explanation, and that was that Xiao Yang was really powerful. He was so powerful that even the 3 vice leaders were afraid of him. Those members of the Skywave Alliance who had looked down on Xiaoyang before changed their impression of Xiaoyang again because of the three vice leaders' serious expressions. They felt that Xiaoyang was a person worthy of being feared and nervous. Just when the spectators were deep in thought and the three vice leaders were on high alert, a violent scream suddenly rang out. In this quiet battlefield, this scream was like a sudden clap of thunder that could be heard by everyone. It was deafening. Everyone didn't know what had happened. That sudden scream made their hearts hang in suspense. Many of the spectators immediately saw an unforgettable scene when they looked at the source of the scream and carefully identified the owner of the voice. It could be seen that the three vice leaders had suffered heavy injuries out of nowhere. They were still standing there, still glaring at their surroundings. They were still vigilant and on guard. Their expressions did not change, but blood was flowing out from the corners of their mouths. Blood was also flowing out from their noses, ears, and eyes. That sudden scream had come from one of the vice leaders. Because their sea of consciousness had been attacked, they couldn't help but cry out in pain. The reason why they were able to maintain this posture after being severely injured was that their minds were blank at this moment. They had forgotten all their memories and had forgotten all their pain. They were like people without souls, walking corpses that did not know pain. In their sea of consciousness, Xiaoyang's divided consciousness occupied their sea of consciousness. If Xiaoyang wanted to, he could completely control them out of thin air, or even easily kill them. Enough! Stop! They've lost. The Skywave Alliance's leader, Tianling, instantly stood up. At the same time, he burst out with a strong consciousness. He fought with Xiaoyang in the sea of consciousness of the three vice leaders, preventing Xiaoyang from further injuring them. Xiaoyang slowly withdrew his consciousness. He looked a little surprised. He didn't expect that the leader of the Skywave Alliance would also know a spiritual-type attack martial skill. As Xiaoyang withdrew the heartless dream, his consciousness withdrew from the sea of consciousness of the three vice leaders. The three vice leaders gradually regained their consciousness. They couldn't help but cry out in pain again. Their sea of consciousness had been severely injured, and a large part of it was missing. This large part was their comprehension of cultivation and the use of cultivation techniques. In other words, if they couldn't make up for this deficiency, then they would be like ordinary people and would never be able to use their cultivation and cultivation techniques. This was no different from crippled trash. This time, Xiaoyang's attack was a little more ruthless. His method was cruel, cold, and ruthless. It could be considered as an all-out attack. If it wasn't for Tianling's forceful intervention, Xiaoyang would have taken this opportunity to kill them. However, even if he didn't kill them, it didn't matter. In any case, they were almost crippled. Xiaoyang, aren't you going a little too far next time? Tianling's face was gloomy as he stared fiercely at Xiaoyang, looking at Vice Leader Sun and the other two Vice Leaders. The three of them were incomparably miserable. They were all lying on the ground, twitching from time to time and foaming at the mouth. Even if they could stand up again, they would be crippled. It was no wonder that Tianling was so angry. It was equivalent to Xiaoyang crippling 3 of his vice leaders. If Lu Quan was added, it would be 4. Chapter 444. He couldn't possibly command the 300 members of the Skywave Alliance to maintain the organization's operations. That would be worse than chopping off his left or right arm. However, Xiaoyang merely snorted and didn't take it to heart. Sounds of shock and gasps could be heard coming from all around. These sounds came one after another, and there were many of them. Damn, what's going on? The 3 Vice Alliance leaders were all killed by Xiaoyang? This is too fake, isn't it? Is it real or not? Is Xiaoyang really that strong? If it's just an act, then it's too real. Many members of the Skywave Alliance cried out in surprise, their eyes wide open as they watched the scene unfold before them. Their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. From the beginning to the end, they had not seen the real battle between Xiaoyang and the 3 Vice Alliance leaders. They had only seen them standing 10 feet away from each other. However, in just 10 breaths of time, the three Vice Alliance leaders had been beaten to the ground. Furthermore, their injuries were so severe that it was unbearable to look at. This was too exaggerated. Since when did Xiao Yang's attacks become so strange and powerful? If they were the ones on the field, wouldn't they be reduced to ashes? Their hearts palpitated at this scene. This was especially true for Lu Quan, who was trembling with fear and trepidation as he watched the battle. Although he was also one of the Deputy Alliance leaders of the Sky Wave Alliance and one of the 4th-level martial ancestor realm almighties, he had never seen or heard of Xiao Yang's techniques and terrifying killing power. Previously, when he was fighting with Xiao Yang had only used one other powerful martial technique, the Great Shift Technique. Now that he had used the Heart's Dream's traceless mental attack, Lu Quan could not recognize it at all. He could only stand at the side and stare blankly at each other, his face filled with shock and fear. He realized more and more that Xiao Yang was terrifying. He had hidden his strength deeply and had too many trump cards up his sleeves. Lin Xiaoji, on the other hand, was cheering for Xiao Yang. "Boss is awesome. Boss, you're amazing." When he saw Xiao Yang's battle record, he was shocked to the extreme. Previously, when he defeated Lu Quan, he only felt that Xiao Yang had a little bit of ability. Daring to directly find fault with the Skywaves Alliance was simply courting death. But now, after seeing the three vice leaders of the Sky Wave Alliance being defeated, the excitement he felt was unprecedented. After shouting out a few words of encouragement, he noticed that there were many people staring at him with threatening gazes. He didn't need to think to know that the Sky Wave Alliance must have suffered a loss. Now, they were treating him and Xiao Yang as thorns in their eyes. But what did it matter? Those who weren't envied by others were mediocre. Those who were envied by others were geniuses. He also raised his head proudly, puffed out his chest, and looked at them with disdain. After all, he had followed Xiao Yang to the headquarters of the Skywave Alliance. At worst, he would die. Even if he died, it would be glorious. What was there to be afraid of? Xiao Yang calmly looked at Butianlang and said, "Since they have lost, let them scram. Next, you will be next. As long as I defeat you, the Sky Wave Alliance will have to be disbanded. This organization has already become a tool for seeking benefits. It will no longer be a righteous organization that will help others when they see injustice." Well said, well said. Let's see what kind of ability you have. Butianlang raised his head proudly and looked down at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang blinked his eyes and met his gaze. They stared at each other fiercely, neither of them giving way to the other. "Please," Xiao Yang shouted. Then he got into his stance and prepared to attack. Although his opponent was a 5th-level martial ancestor realm expert, Xiao Yang was not someone to be trifled with. He had already killed a 5th-level martial ancestor realm expert, Yao Ruomo. Now that his cultivation had improved, he should have a 100% chance of defeating this guy. This guy is dead for sure. Humph, he dares to challenge the Alliance leader? The Alliance leader will definitely not lose. The only one who will lose is Xiao Yang. Once Xiao Yang loses, it will be his death. Humph, even if the Alliance leader loses, even if the Sky Wave Alliance disbands, I will still be a member of the Sky Wave Alliance. I swear to kill Xiao Yang. That's right. Xiao Yang is too hateful. Since he forced the Sky Wave Alliance to such an extent, even if he wins, he will definitely kill Xiao Yang in the future. The spectating members of the Sky Wave Alliance roared and shouted one after another. They seemed to have forgotten that this was a fair and just battle and that they had to abide by each other's rules. If they felt that it was unfair and wanted to kill Xiao Yang, then what was the point of this battle? Forget it. Let's take one step at a time. Let's disband the Sky Wave Alliance first. If they want to take revenge, let them come. Xiao Yang had never been a person who was afraid of trouble. What could these small fries do to him? Xiao Yang sneered and said sarcastically, "Is this the way of the Sky Wave Alliance? Let's agree that we have to abide by the rules of the battle. Once I lose, I am willing to give up my life. Furthermore, I will not allow my descendants and friends to kill you. On the other hand, if you lose, shouldn't you be willing to disband the Skywave Alliance? Listen to the voices around you. They don't respect this battle at all. Bu Tianling furrowed his brows. How could he not know this? Did you think that, as the Alliance Lord, he would just sit there and do nothing? However, even though he knew a lot of things, he still couldn't do anything. For example, these Deputy Alliance Lords were using their power and the name of the Sky Wave Alliance to obtain benefits and help others. How could he, as the Alliance Lord, completely stop them? Also, there were more than 300 people under him. If they were secretly helping others to do immoral things, it would also be difficult to detect and stop them. This was the lamentable part of Bu Tianling. It was also the reason why he had been silent before. In the end, he was also somewhat disappointed in the Skywave Alliance. He just needed an opportunity to disband it. After all, the Skywave Alliance was founded by him. After so many years, he had developed feelings for it. His 4 Deputy Alliance Lords had fought with him in the south. He had developed feelings for them, so how could he kill them? Therefore, he could only listen and let them do as they wished. Now, with the arrival of Xiaoyang, this tyrannical expert, Bu Tianling felt that this was an opportunity. He even knew the outcome of the battle. Bu Tianling chuckled with a hint of self-mockery. He explained to Xiaoyang, don't say such useless things. Beat me first. Eat my azure wave technique. Along with the eruption of his cultivation, wave after wave of fluctuations slowly spread out. They were like ripples that swept through the surroundings. Xiaoyang did not dare to underestimate his opponent's azure wave technique. After all, it was executed by a 5th-level martial grandmaster. Even if it was weak, how weak could it be? Chapter 445. He immediately used his movement technique and stood in the air. Just as he left his original spot, he was hit by an invisible force. With a loud explosion, a huge crater appeared. Traceless Heart's Dream. Xiaoyang, who was floating in the air, closed his eyes again and used the Traceless Heart's Dream martial technique. His divine sense spread out like a stormy sea and then condensed into a needle-like thread, which instantly pierced towards Bu Tianlang's sea of consciousness. If Bu Tianlang was hit, then his fate would not be much better than the 3 deputy leaders. This move again. It's fine that you caught me off guard the first time, but how can you suffer the same thing the second time? Bu Tianlang sneered, and did not care about this martial technique at all. At the same time, he also activated his divine sense, which circled around his sea of consciousness. It was like a thick wall full of defensive power. Sure enough, when Xiaoyang's divine sense rushed up, it was immediately blocked. It could not hurt Bu Tianlang's sea of consciousness at all. Xiaoyang also realized that Bu Tianlang's spiritual martial technique seemed to be good at defense. Okay, since I can't get rid of you with one move, then I'll use another. Xiaoyang blinked and revealed a sly expression, fishing the moon in the well. His hands formed a seal, and his body stood in a strange posture, as if he was hugging a big watermelon. His back was slightly bent, and his body was slightly leaning forward. As his cultivation erupted, an ancient well condensed in the void in front of him. The ancient well was vicissitudes of life, as if it came from ancient times. The water in the well was so clear that one could see the bottom. There was a bright moon in the well, and the moon reflected Bu Tianlang's shadow. Xiaoyang did not hesitate. He immediately stretched out his hand and ferociously scooped up the moon in the well water, wanting to fish it out. As he scooped it up, cracking sounds could be heard. Looking in the direction of the sound, one could see that the defensive treasures around Bu Tianlang had cracked. There were dozens of defensive treasures, and all of them were swallowing and spitting out light. As more and more cracks appeared on the magic treasures, their light dimmed and eventually went out. The magic treasures exploded. In total, dozens of magical treasures had exploded. Even though Bu Tianlang lost a lot of treasures, he wasn't hurt at all. Instead, he looked at Xiaoyang and felt that Xiaoyang was different from the rest. He knew too many people. But Xiaoyang was a special existence. You can even dodge that? It seems that a 5th-level martial ancestor realm expert cannot be underestimated. Xiaoyang was a little shocked by the other party's ability as he muttered to himself. After that, he pondered for a while and continued to use his martial arts to attack. Poison Dragon Claw. This was a tyrannical and powerful martial skill. Its might was unparalleled, and it was full of majesty. As he used his martial skill, a dragon's roar resounded in all directions. Visible to the naked eye, a huge poisonous dragon condensed in the void in front of them. The dragon's horns were lofty, and the dragon's eyes were shining. As soon as it appeared, it immediately locked onto Bu Tianlang and launched an attack. In an instant, it swam toward Bu Tianlang and spat out a large mouthful of flames. Under the flames, the entire ground was like a sea of fire. Bu Tianlang used a defensive light shield to resist the burning of the flames. With his 5th-level martial ancestor realm cultivation, the flames couldn't hurt him for the time being. The poisonous dragon's power was far more than that. After another dragon's roar, he raised his dragon claw and was ready to crush the other party. When his dragon claw slammed down, Bu Tianlang seemed to have eyes on his back. He coldly sneered and used a strange movement technique to instantly disappear from his original location. This caused the dragon claw to grab nothing. When Bu Tianlang reappeared, he was already in the air. "Eat my sky wave sword." After he muttered, he took out an extremely sharp sword with a flip of his hand. Under his control, a fierce and domineering sword light erupted. When the sword light slashed down, it seemed as if it wanted to split the sky into two. The poison dragon was slashed by the sword beam and instantly split into 2 halves before collapsing. Xiaoyang was shocked. He didn't expect that even his poisonous dragon claw would be broken by the other party. He remembered that when he fought against Yao Ruoamo wasn't that powerful. Could it be that there were different levels in the same realm, and Bu Tianlang in front of him was the strongest in the same realm? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Just like the current Xiaoyang, he was also invincible in the same realm. His expression couldn't help but become dignified, and his heart was heavy. If this continued, he might not be able to defeat the other party. On the contrary, the other party's defense was invincible. Then the other party would win this battle. Humph! Thinking of this, Xiaoyang also became ruthless. He took out the ash wolf sword and shouted, "I'll let you see my swordsmanship." As soon as the ash wolf sword appeared, Xiaoyang immediately controlled the flying sword to attack Bu Tianlang. At the same time, the sword Spirit Ash Wolf, which was comparable to a 5th-level martial grandmaster, appeared out of thin air. After a howl, it instantly rushed towards Bu Tianlang. Bu Tianlang was shocked. He thought that Xiaoyang had already used all his means and that it was his chance to win. However, he didn't expect that Xiaoyang still had such a powerful magic weapon. Under the attacks of the sword Spirit Ash Wolf and the Ash Wolf sword, even someone as powerful as Bu Tianlang couldn't bear it. Bu Tianlang was forced to fight back. Move after move, the situation became more and more difficult. Both sides fought for about half a cup of tea's time. Seeing that Bu Tianlang was about to lose, Bu Tianlang became ruthless. He gritted his teeth and snorted, flying sword explode. Boom! Following a violent explosion, his high-grade flying sword buzzed and exploded, turning into a shocking energy shockwave that swept out in all directions. The Ash Wolf sword and Ash Wolf sword were both affected by the shockwave and were immediately pushed back. The Ash Wolf sword flew back to Xiaoyang's hand. The sword Spirit Ash Wolf also retreated. "Xiaoyang, you're just a new disciple. You should be proud that you forced me to this extent. That sword has been with me for many years. Even I can't bear to part with it. Now, I'll have to take your life with it." Bu Tianlang said viciously to Xiaoyang. Giant wave storm. Bu Tianlang immediately made a gesture with both hands and displayed his best martial skill. This was his most powerful martial skill. As his cultivation suddenly erupted, a strong gust of wind blew in all directions. The wind was so strong that it could sweep everything away. In addition, as the gust of wind blew, layers and layers of waves condensed. These monstrous waves roared and were about to crush Xiaoyang. Once he was hit, he would probably be buried at the bottom of the sea. When Xiaoyang saw this, he felt a strong sense of danger. His eyes couldn't help but shrink as fear filled his heart. Chapter 446. Fifth-level Martial Ancestor Realm. As expected of a fifth-level Martial Ancestor Realm, extremely extraordinary. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and did not dare to underestimate him. Greater teleportation technique. After thinking about it, he did not have any other good martial skills to deal with it. He felt that the greater teleportation technique was not bad. It was like stirring up shit. Although it could not hurt the opponent, it was still good at stirring up trouble. A majestic teleportation power exploded from Xiaoyang's body and swept out in all directions. In an instant, it enveloped the monstrous waves and gales, and even Bu Tianlang was swept away. In the next moment, they were all teleported to a mountain peak 100 feet away. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion rang out, and the 3 mountains 100 zhang away were instantly flattened by the monstrous waves. Even though there was a distance of 100 zhang between Xiaoyang and the other party, he could still feel the tremors from the ground. He was nearly unable to stand still. Many of the spectators were shocked and panicked at this moment. Oh my God, their fighting strength is so abnormal. To fight to this extent, it is not something that ordinary people like us can participate in. All of them were in shock and fear as they looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. It was hard for them to believe. Who can tell me what is going on? Wasn't the Alliance master attacking Xiaoyang? Why did he suddenly go 1,000 feet away and use those 3 mountains to vent his anger? Is there some inside story behind this? SSS, could this be Xiaoyang's method? That's too terrifying. To be able to teleport people and martial skills, isn't that almost invincible? Many of the Sky Wave Alliance's members were exclaiming and shouting. The sound of them sucking in cold air rose and fell one after another, making everyone who heard it feel surprised. Lu Quan had seen Xiaoyang use the greater teleportation technique before and was no longer as shocked as before. Instead, he was very calm this time. Lin Xiaoji became even more excited, and the blood in his body flowed faster and faster. His fighting spirit was strong. Following Xiaoyang, the boss, was indeed something to be proud of. He worshipped and respected Xiaoyang even more. Even if he said it out loud, he would feel proud. Boss, I love you. Wah. Lin Xiaoji was like a fan at this moment, shouting at Xiaoyang like a fanatic. Sky Wave Alliance's Vice Alliance leader Sun and the others watched this battle with pale faces. They felt that their loss was justified. Xiaoyang indeed had the ability to defeat them. Because someone had defeated them, from this moment on, they began to ponder whether they had gone too far in the past. For the sake of benefits, they would do anything, disregard morality and justice, and bully the weak. In short, they thought about a lot of things and came to the conclusion that perhaps Xiaoyang was right and they only had themselves to blame. In the battle, Xiaoyang and Bu Tianlang hadn't admitted defeat yet. Both of them were immersed in the battle, and the spectators around them did not affect their battle at all. No matter if it was Xiaoyang or Bu Tianlang, their mental strength was unprecedentedly focused. They both knew that their opponent was a strong opponent that they couldn't underestimate or be careless about. After both sides stopped using their martial skills, they began to fight in close combat. They unleashed one fierce killing move after another, and every move was fatal. Their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of moves. Even Lu Quan and the other Vice Alliance leaders couldn't see the traces of their moves. Moreover, their movement speed was also very fast. At one moment, they were fighting on the left, and in the next moment, they were fighting on the right. With another flash, they were on the top and then on the bottom. Every time they would move dozens of feet, which made the spectators feel dizzy and extremely admirable. Not to mention their terrifying fighting strength. Just their abnormal movement techniques and speed were far superior. The members of the Skywave Alliance who were prepared to chase after Xiaoyang after the battle were all dumbfounded at this moment. Damn, this Xiaoyang's speed and fighting strength were both abnormal. Even the Alliance leader of the 5th level martial ancestor realm might not be able to take down Xiaoyang. Can we do it? Aren't we just sending ourselves to death? They quickly extinguished the thought of continuing to seek revenge on Xiaoyang. The fierce battle continued. Both sides used all their techniques and trump cards. This fierce battle lasted for an entire day. During this entire day, no one in the inner arena left. They were all calmly watching, and occasionally they would be shocked and cheered. They felt tired as they watched. They wondered if the two who were fighting were tired. Bang! Xiaoyang and Bu Tianlang each sent out a palm strike. When they collided with each other, a huge rebounding force was created, which directly bounced them away. They each flew back a distance of 100 feet. This was the first time they stopped fighting. Although they seemed to be fighting ferociously, in reality, they had exhausted a lot of their energy. Especially in terms of mental exhaustion, they had used up too much energy. Xiaoyang glanced at his opponent and panted heavily. His face was pale. Taking advantage of this time, he quickly ordered the flamingo to spit out the nihility flame. The nihility flame was a type of poison that could help Xiaoyang recover his cultivation. Xiaoyang had the poison body physique. Therefore, as long as there was poison, it could help him recover his cultivation. Bu Tianlang was also not in a hurry to make a move. He was also very wary of Xiaoyang. He also took advantage of this time to quickly recover his cultivation. Both of them were thinking about how to defeat their opponent. While Bu Tianlang was recovering his cultivation, he said to Xiaoyang, "Xiaoyang, I think we should forget about this. How about we draw? Don't even think about it. Your Sky Wave Alliance must be disbanded." Xiaoyang's expression was resolute. His tone was firm, and there was no room for doubt. "Then we can only fight to the death? Are you ready?" Bu Tianlang snorted and glanced at Xiaoyang. Then he gathered his energy again and prepared to continue attacking Xiaoyang. With the help of the flamingo and the bloodthirsty ice silkworm's poison, Xiaoyang's cultivation had recovered a lot. Naturally, he was not afraid of Bu Tianlang. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. That was the nihility flame. Ever since the flamingo devoured the blood ancestor, its cultivation had reached the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Even a 5th level martial ancestor realm expert would find it difficult to resist its nihility flame. "Flamingo, give me more nihility flame. I want to teach him a lesson," Xiaoyang hurriedly said. He had been so confused by the battle that he had forgotten about such a good move. This time he would determine the outcome of this battle and teach Bu Tianlang a lesson. After Xiaoyang had collected enough nihility flame, he arrogantly shouted at Bu Tianlang, "Stop blabbering. Bring it on. I, Xiaoyang, will take it." "Humph." Bu Tianlang snorted and shot out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Xiaoyang. Chapter 447. Xiaoyang was not afraid at all. He had already prepared the nihility flame in his palm and fought with Bu Tianlang. Wisps of flame overflowed from his palm and gradually spread to Bu Tianlang's hand. At first, Bu Tianlang did not care, but as the nihility flame increased, he could no longer sit still and calm. "Damn, what the hell is this thing? Xiaoyang, are you trying to trick me?" Bu Tianlang quickly retreated and angrily roared at Xiaoyang, gritting his teeth. "Humph. Soldiers are cunning." Xiaoyang sneered and rushed forward again. The accumulated nihility flame in his hand burst out and sprinkled it on Bu Tianlang's body. Bu Tianlang was shocked and his face turned pale. He wanted to use his movement technique to dodge. but Xiao Yang blocked his way first. He could only passively receive the Nihility Flame's attack. Although he had perfectly dodged, there were still a few Nihility Flame that fell on his body and began to burn slowly. The Nihility Flame was not a flame, but a poison. Once it burned a person's body, it would burn the person into ashes before stopping. Xiao Yang blinked and crossed his arms. He looked at Bu Tianlong's struggle with confidence and could not help but laugh. His eyes were filled with pride. He remembered that he had won. If he did not do anything, Bu Tianlang would not be able to stop the Nihility Flame from burning. Damn, what kind of flame is this? It's so terrifying that it can't be extinguished. Bu Tianlong's expression was extremely solemn as he cursed. He used his cultivation to try and extinguish the Nihility Flame, but it was useless. Then he used a freezing martial skill and a cold martial skill to extinguish the Nihility Flame, but it was also to no avail. The Nihility Flame only burned a little at the beginning, but as time passed, it burned faster and faster. The range of the flame also became bigger and bigger, causing people to panic. At this rate, Bu Tianlang would definitely die under the Nihility Flame. Alliance Master. Xiao Yang, what did you do to our Alliance Master? Damn it, Xiao Yang, why aren't you turning off the engine? We are absolutely irreconcilable with you. When the members of the Sky Wave Alliance saw the scene in the sky, they all became anxious. They angrily roared at Xiao Yang, and many of them even threatened him. Once Bu Tianlang failed, they would be disbanded. If such a good backer was disbanded, just like that, how would they live in the future? No matter what, they didn't want Bu Tianlang to fail. Lu Quan, Vice Alliance leader's son, and the other Vice Alliance leaders had bitter expressions as they shook their heads and sighed. They knew that the Sky Wave Alliance was finished. This Xiao Yang was no ordinary cultivator. They didn't shout, nor did they struggle. They just watched quietly, because they knew that it was useless to shout or shout. Xiao Yang had absolute strength, enough to suppress everything. In this day and age, strength was king. Whoever's fist was bigger was the truth. Lin Xiaoji was so excited that he clenched his fists tightly. He looked at Xiao Yang with a face full of excitement and exhilaration. Anyone could see that the Alliance Master of the Sky Wave Alliance, Bu Tianlang, was about to fail. This was equivalent to them successfully challenging the Alliance. Oh my God, the huge Sky Wave Alliance was kicked out by him and his boss. What a great honor this was. Although Lin Xiaoji didn't make any great contributions, he had the courage to come here with Xiao Yang. This was a great contribution in itself. Loser, what are you waiting for? Admit defeat? Are you waiting for death? Xiao Yang floated in the air with his arms crossed. He stared at Bu Tianlang with disdain and shouted. The Nihility Flame was getting more and more terrifying. If they didn't stop it, even if they could save Bu Tianlang, he would be seriously injured. However, Bu Tianlang represented the Sky Wave Alliance and everyone's will. How could he admit defeat so easily? Therefore, he remained silent and allowed the Nihility Flame to burn on his body. Xiao Yang could see the other party's determination and perseverance. He turned his gaze to the members of the Sky Wave Alliance and asked fiercely, "If your Alliance Master doesn't admit defeat, then he will be burned to ashes. Do you want your Alliance Master to die? If you don't, then let him admit defeat. I will only save him if he admits defeat. If he doesn't admit defeat, then let him die. If he dies, then I will be the winner, and all of you will be dismissed." Xiao Yang was expressionless and indifferent. Some people looked at Bu Tianlong's miserable state and couldn't hold on any longer. They couldn't help but cry and shout, "Alliance Master, admit defeat. Don't hold on, you will die. Yes, Alliance Master, admit defeat. Admit defeat. Xiao Yang, we admit defeat on behalf of our Alliance Master. We agree to be dismissed. Is this okay? Hurry up and save our Alliance Master." The shouts and roars were all trying to persuade Bu Tianlang to surrender. Even Lu Quan, Vice Alliance Master's son, and the other alliance masters admitted defeat after a bitter moment. They begged Xiaoyang not to hurt Bu Tianling. Xiaoyang laughed, feeling somewhat carefree. This damned Sky Wave Alliance was finally about to be disbanded. He coldly snorted and said, "Good, then from now on your Sky Wave Alliance no longer exists. You can no longer use your identity as a member of the Sky Wave Alliance. As long as you agree, as long as you make a blood oath, I will save your Alliance Master. You can decide what to do." After shouting this, he waited in anticipation. He wasn't in a hurry. The nihility flame on Bu Tianlong's body was still burning, and the range of the flame had increased. However, he didn't cry out in pain. Although it was very painful, he still held on. He didn't make a sound and calmly watched the people below. "I swear. I also swear." Below, many members of the Skywave Alliance made a blood oath, saying that they would no longer be a member of the Skywave Alliance. They also wouldn't seek revenge on Xiaoyang. Even Lu Quan, Vice Alliance Master Son, and the other Alliance Masters made a blood oath. Xiaoyang looked at this scene with satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, "Good, you all did well. Since you have made a blood oath and the Skywave Alliance is disbanded, then I will definitely save this person." As Xiaoyang finished speaking, he reached out his hand and touched Bu Tianlong's body. As he circulated the sky, devouring poison tyrannical incantation, he immediately absorbed the poison from the surroundings. Most of the poison came from Bu Tianlong's body. The nihility flame wasn't a flame. It was a type of poison, and it was extremely poisonous. As Xiaoyang absorbed the poison, the nihility flame on Bu Tianlong's body slowly extinguished until it completely disappeared. This shocked Bu Tianling again. How was this possible? Chapter 448. One had to know that he was a 5th-level martial ancestor realm expert. He had tried everything he could, but he was still unable to extinguish the nihility flames. This Xiaoyang, on the other hand, was only a 4th-level martial ancestor realm. His cultivation realm was 1 level lower than his, but he was able to easily refine and absorb the nihility flames. How terrifying was his cultivation technique! One could not underestimate the heroes of the world. At this moment, Bu Tianling placed Xiaoyang on the list of the most terrifying threats. Xiaoyang's level of danger exceeded that of a 5th-level martial ancestor. Moreover, Bu Tianling had decided not to provoke Xiaoyang in the future to avoid trouble. The members of the Sky Wave Alliance on the ground saw that the flames of nihility on Bu Tianlong's body had been extinguished. They heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed their brows. Although the flames of nihility on Bu Tianlong's body had been extinguished, it had caused great damage. It could be seen that his clothes were torn in many places. His skin was burned, and even his bones were burned. Looking at him with the naked eye, one could see a few large holes. If he waited for a while more treatment, he would only be left with half of his body. Fortunately, under Xiaoyang's intentional or unintentional control, Bu Tianlong's injuries looked serious and shocking, but in fact his vital parts were not damaged. As long as he took good care of himself and cultivated in peace, he would be able to recover in 3 to 5 days. After all, he had reached the 5th level of martial arts Grandmaster Realm, and his recovery ability was quite terrifying. Bu Tianling, you have lost. The Sky Wave Alliance is disbanded. I hope you will keep your promise and accept reality. Xiaoyang said slowly. Then he looked at the spectators below and said loudly, I have saved your alliance leader. Please remember the blood oath you made. All right, disperse. From today onwards, the Sky Wave Alliance no longer exists. Many of the spectators were once members of the Sky Wave Alliance. Now that they were disbanding, they were very reluctant. However, they had admitted that they had disbanded the Sky Wave Alliance willingly because they could not save Bu Tianling. Therefore, they did not have any thoughts of going back on their words or hunting him down. This was because their mentality had changed. If Xiaoyang had only defeated Bu Tianling and forced them to disband, then they would have been unwilling and secretly hated Xiaoyang. However, Xiaoyang used Bu Tianlong's dangerous situation to threaten them with morality. Their conscience was stimulated, and they were willing to give up their identity as members of the Sky Wave Alliance in order to save people. This mentality was completely different. Since the Sky Wave Alliance has been disbanded, I'll take my leave first. See you again. Until we meet again. Xiaoyang will remember you. Although we won't cause trouble for you, don't take the initiative to throw your life away. Let's go. Shouts rang out one after another. The 300-plus members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance who were originally here had all scattered. Only 20 to 30 people were left. These 20 to 30 people also left one after another. Everyone knew that the Sky Wave Alliance was completely finished. Lu Quan walked over with a complicated expression and sighed. He only felt a little bitter. He glanced at Xiaoyang and bowed apologetically. He did not want to say anything more and turned to leave. Vice Alliance Master Sun and the other 2 Vice Alliance Masters also cupped their fists toward Xiaoyang and silently left. Perhaps Xiaoyang was right. After all, they had done many things that were against morality. Now that Xiaoyang had stopped them, they could be considered to have turned over a new leaf. Following the departure of the 4 Vice Alliance Masters, the remaining 20 or so members of the Sky Wave Alliance also returned to their homes. Lin Xiaoji's eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Xiaoyang with a face full of worship. He exclaimed, "Boss, you're really too amazing. You disbanded such a huge Sky Wave Alliance just like that. In the future, I'll follow you. Don't worry, I definitely won't lose face for you. All right, no one will dare to bully you in the future. I am the embodiment of justice. Wherever there is injustice, there will be my presence. Xiaoji, go back and cultivate. As long as you become stronger, you won't be bullied by others. Only then will you be able to protect others. Only then will you have the qualifications to realize the fairness and justice in your heart." Xiaoyang smiled and gave some instructions to Lin Xiaoji before preparing to leave. Lin Xiaoji was greatly encouraged and nodded. His expression was resolute as he said, "I understand, boss." He was full of confidence and fighting spirit as he left this place. He was prepared to go back and cultivate for a period of time. He definitely wouldn't lose face for Xiaoyang. After all, Xiaoyang was so grand and bright. His cultivation was so profound and his battle prowess was so terrifying. As his little brother, he naturally couldn't drag him down. The huge Sky Wave Palace was now only an empty shell. After Bu Tianlang recovered from some of his injuries, he opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoyang, who was about to leave. Xiaoyang sensed the opponent's goal. He chuckled and said, "I disbanded the Sky Wave Alliance that you created. You won't hate me, right? You're not my opponent, so don't make a move." It was impossible to say that he didn't hate Bu Tianlang, but as for how much he hated Bu Tianlang, it was hard to say. Bu Tianlang's heart was also very complicated. He slowly said, "The Sky Wave Alliance has changed a long time ago. I was already prepared to change it, but I couldn't do it. Because my subordinates have been fighting with me all the time. I was worried about their brotherhood. Seeing them use the Sky Wave Alliance's name to do things that are against morality, I was also very angry and hateful. Your appearance can be considered to have solved this worry for me and also saved them. To be honest, I don't know if I should hate you or thank you. The Sky Wave Alliance is my essence blood. It's a bit of a pity that it's gone just like that. However, in the end, they can't continue to use the Sky Wave Alliance to do things that are against reason and nature. This is something worth thanking." Bu Tianlang murmured to himself as if he was explaining to Xiaoyang, but also as if he was explaining to himself. Only he knew the bitterness in his heart. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and listened as if he didn't fully understand. He could tell that this Bu Tianlang was a sentimental and conflicted person. He was even a hesitant person. If it were other stubborn people, they would either hate Xiaoyang to the core or be grateful to Xiaoyang for getting rid of the cancer in their hearts. However, Bu Tianlang was both. It was really hard to see through him. Of course, Xiaoyang didn't plan to see through him. He wasn't related to Bu Tianlang at all, so why should he see through him? Although he believed in justice, he didn't think of himself as the savior of the world. He shook his head, turned around, and used his movement technique to quickly leave this place. As for Bu Tianlong's life in the future, he didn't care. Bu Tianlong's terrifying cultivation was still there. No matter where he went, he wouldn't be treated badly. Chapter 449. He didn't want to continue listening to the other party's sorrowful words. He wasn't in the mood and didn't have the time. He had to hurry back to the sect master's peak and concentrate on cultivating the art of teleportation. If the sect master came back and didn't see him cultivating, he would definitely be disappointed. He didn't want to disappoint the sect master because he felt that the sect master treated him well. At least, he gave him the Ash Wolf sword and the art of teleportation as soon as they met. The journey back to the sect master's peak was smooth. His consciousness spread out and covered the entire mountain, but he didn't sense the sect master's aura. Xiao Yang's heart calmed down a little. It was good that he wasn't back. At least, he wouldn't find out that he went down the mountain to play. Xiao Yang laughed and went back to the stone where he was sitting, cross-legged. He planned to comprehend the second volume of the art of teleportation. There were a total of 4 volumes of the art of teleportation. When he cultivated the first volume, it only took him half a month. If the sect master knew, would he be shocked and surprised? The more he cultivated, the more difficult it would be. Xiao Yang didn't have much confidence. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his state and slowly entered the ethereal state. At this time, Xiao Yang was sensitive and novel. There's someone? Previously, Xiao Yang didn't notice anyone nearby. However, as he entered the ethereal state, his consciousness became more sensitive and he immediately sensed that something was wrong. His consciousness swept out in an instant, trying to lock on to the location he sensed. The information was fed back into Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness in the form of a net. An image appeared in his mind. It was a picture of 4 or 5 huge rocks 1,000 feet away. There were 3 or 4 big trees beside the rocks, but there was no one in sight. However, he was very confident in his judgment. There was indeed someone there. He had detected it before. Since you don't take the initiative to offer yourself, I'll do it myself. Let's see what you are. Xiao Yang muttered to himself. He immediately formed a seal with both hands and used the greater teleportation technique. In an instant, the rocks and trees that were 1,000 feet away were moved over. At the moment when those objects were moved, a figure instantly shot up into the sky. The figure looked very familiar. It was the poison sect master, Xiao Yang's master. Master? Why are you here? The moment Xiao Yang saw the poison sect master, he was flabbergasted, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why would master be hiding there all of a sudden? The poison sect master floated in midair with a smile in his eyes. He looked at Xiao Yang with gratification, then slowly descended and said with a smile, "Disciple, you really didn't disappoint me. You actually learned the first volume of the art of greater teleportation. Haha." After being praised, Xiao Yang felt a little proud and smiled embarrassedly. The poison sect master continued to explain, "When I was cultivating the greater shifting art, it took me half a year to cultivate the first scroll. I didn't expect you to succeed in just a little over a month. This is truly worthy of celebration. I didn't misjudge you." Xiao Yang was even more pleased with himself. He thought to himself, "Damn, is my aptitude and talent that awesome? How come I didn't know that even the poison sect master's cultivation speed isn't as fast as mine?" He was already a little proud, smiling so much that his eyes were squinted. However, he quickly regained his indifferent look. As the saying goes, one shouldn't be arrogant in victory and one shouldn't be in defeat. Xiao Yang didn't want to give his master an exaggerated image. "Actually, I just came back and wanted to secretly check on what you would do. Yes, you didn't disappoint me. Since you've been cultivating in peace." The poison sect master was more talkative than usual, and his mood was better than before. Perhaps Xiao Yang's success had given him hope again. Disciple, I'm not a stingy person. I have a transcendent artifact here called the Heaven and Earth Mirror. I'll give it to you. I know you had a Heaven and Earth Mirror before, but your Heaven and Earth Mirror can't compare to the one you gave me. The specific effects aren't much different, but the power is different. You should experience it when you have the time. The poison sect master spoke slowly as he looked at Xiaoyang. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied and gratified he felt. He casually took out the Heaven and Earth Mirror from his storage ring and handed it to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang reached out to take it. His face was filled with gratitude as he happily said, "Thank you, Master." Xiaoyang beamed with joy. He loved the Heaven and Earth Mirror very much. Previously, in the listening pavilion, in order to save those victims, he had self-destructed the Heaven and Earth Mirror and the deity striking whip. His heart had always been aching. He didn't expect that his honored master would be so understanding and personally gift him the Heaven and Earth Mirror. This made Xiaoyang so touched that he didn't know what to say. Xiaoyang immediately promised, "Don't worry, Master. This disciple will definitely finish cultivating the art of great teleportation as soon as possible to help Master." Although the poison sect master hadn't asked for help, Xiaoyang was a smart person. How could he not know what the other party was thinking? Good. As expected of Master's good disciple. Master does indeed need the help of an expert who cultivates the art of great teleportation. However, you are far from enough. At the very least, you need to cultivate to the 3rd stage. It would be best if you could cultivate to the 4th stage. However, since the art of great teleportation was passed down to this day, no one has ever cultivated to the 3rd stage, let alone the 4th. The poison sect master liked Xiaoyang even more. This Xiaoyang was also very likable and wasn't scheming. During this period of time, although he was carrying out missions outside, he was still very clear about what Xiaoyang had done. No matter what, he was the sect master. There were countless people who were willing to work for him. Therefore, if he wanted to know Xiaoyang's every move, he only needed to give a command or two. He knew that Xiaoyang had disbanded the Skywave Alliance. He also knew that Xiaoyang had caused a ruckus at the Odd Jobs department. Zhongsun Shan and the other new disciples from Zhongsun City and Zhongsun City had all been sent back to their families. He didn't think that Xiaoyang had done anything wrong, so he didn't say much. However, Xiaoyang had crippled the cultivation of 3 disciples of the disciplinary hall. If he didn't intervene, Xiaoyang would be in trouble. The poison sect master pondered for a moment and simply gave up on the idea of intervening. He felt that the best way for a person to grow quickly was to let them experience more hardship and trouble. If Xiaoyang really couldn't solve it, then he would step in. The poison sect master originally wanted to use some time to guide Xiaoyang's cultivation. However, not only did Xiaoyang perfectly solve every cultivation problem that was raised, he even came up with a variety of answers. He even derived more cultivation insights from the answers, which made the poison sect master completely moved. Although he was a Wu Zun Almighty, he also felt that he was inferior to Xiaoyang in this aspect. This Xiaoyang was like an old monster from ancient times. No matter what the problem was, he was clear about it. The poison sect master, who was originally acting as a guide, was now receiving guidance from Xiaoyang and was accepting it humbly. Chapter 451. But the problem was that it had already escaped more than 10,000 feet away. What was going on? Why was it back in the hands of this despicable human? Xiao, by rabbit, didn't want to be caught by a human. It struggled again, trying to escape from Xiaoyang's hands. Xiaoyang didn't want to hurt it. He slowly put it on the ground and let it go. After Xiao by rabbit escaped, it became proud again. After running a little further, it turned back to see if Xiaoyang would chase after it. Seeing that Xiaoyang didn't chase after it, it revealed a human expression, expressing its happiness. Then, after running a little further, he turned back again. Just like that, he ran another 3,000 feet away and turned back no less than 10 times. It felt that it wasn't safe even if it was more than 10,000 feet away. It mustered all its strength and continued to run. After reaching a distance of 10,000 feet, it could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Its limbs were a little weak, and it couldn't run anymore. At this time, it thought that it was safe. Then it turned back and glanced at Xiaoyang. It revealed an arrogant and proud expression, as if it was glad that it escaped. "TCH, I let you be proud. How dare you provoke me in front of me? I'll make you despair." Xiaoyang snorted. Anyway, he was cultivating alone on the sect master's peak and felt bored. Playing with a little rabbit was nothing. It was a good opportunity to experience the power of the second volume of the art of greater teleportation. With a thought, Xiaoyang also used the art of greater teleportation. With a whoosh, Xiao by Rabbit appeared in Xiaoyang's palm again. Xiao by Rabbit was completely flustered. "Whoa, what's going on? Did I see a ghost? Why does it keep coming back here?" It was completely terrified. Its body was trembling, and it curled into a ball. It looked at Xiaoyang in fear. Then it revealed a sad and pitiful expression, begging Xiaoyang to let it go. "Don't show off in front of me. Otherwise, I'll roast you and eat you next time. How would a small animal like you know how strong I am? You're looking to die if you want to look down on me with your little ability." Xiaoyang warned Xiao Bai, then used the greater teleportation technique, instantly teleporting him tens of thousands of feet away. Xiao by Rabbit looked around with a dumbfounded expression. After a while, it came back to its senses and was very happy. It cast a grateful look at Xiaoyang and didn't dare to be cocky anymore. It had run many times before and was already very tired. It couldn't stand the torment anymore. "Well, I'm a little bored. Do you want to go down the mountain for a walk?" Xiaoyang muttered to himself. Ever since he entered the sect master's peak, he had spent almost a year here. He didn't know how Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, Li Qinghe, Chen Jifu, and the others were doing. He missed them a little. He slowly stood up and prepared to go down the mountain for a walk. Anyway, he had already cultivated the second volume of the greater teleportation technique. There weren't many people who could hurt him. If he couldn't win, he could use tricks to teleport the other party away. Just as he was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the poison sect master. "Ah, master, you're here?" Xiaoyang hurriedly greeted the poison sect master when he saw him. "Are you bored?" The poison sect master looked at Xiaoyang with some heartache. In order to let Xiaoyang succeed in his cultivation as soon as possible, he gave Xiaoyang a lot of pressure. This child had suffered, and he felt a little apologetic. Just now, when Xiaoyang was playing with the Xiao by Rabbit, he had seen it all. How bored must he be to do such a thing? Xiaoyang smiled embarrassedly. His expression was a little awkward as he thought to himself, "Master must have seen it when I was playing with the little white rabbit." He chuckled and replied, "Master, cultivation is my pleasure. How can I be bored? Only by enduring loneliness and suffering can I grow." The poison sect master also smiled, although that was what he said, which cultivator didn't know how terrible loneliness was. "All right, I've seen your performance. Well done." The poison sect master praised with a smile. Xiaoyang was a little dumbfounded. "Are you saying that I did well playing with the rabbit, or that I did well breaking through to the second volume of the greater teleportation art?" "Forget it, no matter what it is. I'll just use a jack-of-all-trades reply. Haha, that's all because Master knows how to do it. If not for Master being my guide, how could I have done so well?" Xiaoyang felt that he was very smart and secretly gave himself 1,000 likes. Little slick. The poison sect master laughed and scolded. Then he took out a map and handed it to Xiaoyang. "These are the 10 great secret realms under the poison sect's control. Each secret realm contains countless opportunities. As for how much good fortune and fortune you can obtain, that will depend on your own ability. Choose one to cultivate." Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. He took the map and looked at the standards written on it. The 10 great secret realms were all located in the back mountains of the poison sect. They weren't far from each other, but not just anyone could enter. They had to have the qualifications and permission. As the sect master's personal disciple, Xiaoyang naturally enjoyed far more cultivation resources than others. He pondered. There were a total of 10 great secret realms here. Should he go through every single one of them? How high would his cultivation have to go? Xiaoyang was a little excited at the thought. Even though he had some success in cultivating his martial skills, his cultivation had remained stagnant at the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Now that he was half a step into the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm, he only needed an opportunity to break through. Don't overthink it. You can only choose one secret realm to enter. This is my personal gift to you. It was very difficult to obtain a spot to enter a secret realm. Generally speaking, one only needed to pass the sect's grand competition or make a great contribution to the sect to obtain a spot. For someone like Xiaoyang, who relied on his status as the poison sect master's disciple to directly obtain a spot, it was simply a free steal. Xiaoyang smiled embarrassedly when his intentions were seen through. He knew that a spot to enter a secret realm was hard to come by. It was already good enough to obtain one spot. How could he extravagantly hope for 10? Thank you, honored master. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the poison sect master. You can make your preparations. You'll go tomorrow. Also, you'll be accompanied by 5 other sect disciples. You can choose the secret realm and they can only obey. You can gather in the Sky Wave's main hall. The poison sect master instructed. He treated his disciple quite well. Actually, this was also because he could tell that Xiaoyang's performance was outstanding. Otherwise, he would never have given him a spot. All right, I understand. Thank you, honored master. Xiaoyang was instantly excited. He became incomparably excited at the thought of being able to enter a secret realm to increase his cultivation. After the poison sect master left, his gaze fell upon the map. There were 10 places marked on the map. Chapter 452. Every place was explained with words, which made it easy for Xiaoyang to see and make a choice. Many of the secret realms above were places with rich spiritual qi, and there were all kinds of strange flowers and herbs growing in them. Xiaoyang directly ignored them. To him, these secret realms with rich spiritual qi were useless. He had a poisonous physique, and only with the help of poison could he improve his cultivation faster. On the contrary, if he came into contact with spiritual qi, he would have to refine it. It was not as direct as using poison. It's you, poisonous insect valley. Soon, Xiaoyang made his choice. It was the poisonous insect valley in the northwest of the back mountain. According to the explanation above, this secret realm was full of poisonous insects, poisonous barriers, and poisonous swamps. Even the flowers and trees were poisonous. Xiaoyang smacked his lips. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. With so much poison, it was enough for him to improve his cultivation. He was waiting for tomorrow's gathering. He was also looking forward to who he would be with tomorrow. In fact, no matter who it was, Xiaoyang did not care. After resting for a night, it was the next morning in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyang walked out of his room, stepped out, and used his movement technique to quickly leave the sect master's peak. Because he had caused trouble in the Sky Wave Alliance last time, Xiaoyang was already familiar with the place. Soon, he arrived at the Sky Wave Hall. At this moment, the Sky Wave Hall was no longer as bustling and lively as before. It was now an empty building. It was no wonder that the sect master suggested for them to gather here. Seeing that no one had come, Xiaoyang could not help but spread out his divine sense. He glanced around and immediately noticed that there was someone in the Sky Wave Hall. He thought in his heart, could it be that my teammates are already waiting inside? When he saw the person clearly, he immediately denied his guess. Because that person was Bu Tianling, who was once the Alliance Master of the Sky Wave Alliance. He really did not expect that he had not left here yet. He was really attached to this place. Xiao Yang suddenly wondered if he had gone overboard before. However, he immediately got rid of these negative thoughts because the Sky Wave Alliance had indeed changed. He didn't do anything wrong. Even if Xiao Yang was given another chance, Xiao Yang would still make the same choice. You've come. Bu Tianlang also sensed Xiao Yang's qi. He was standing in the middle of the hall. Even though he didn't turn around, he was still able to determine Xiao Yang's location. He then spoke to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang blinked and pondered for a moment. Then he chose to enter the hall. He chuckled and asked, "Why are you still here?" In his mind, after Bu Tianlang left this place, no matter which pavilion he joined, he would be put in an important position because of his tyrannical cultivation. Regardless of whether it was the Technique Pavilion, the Formation Pavilion, or the Thunder Pavilion, they were all very eager for talents. Bu Tianlang didn't give an explanation and remained silent. Xiao Yang asked for a snub and didn't ask any more questions. He quietly waited. After waiting for a while, he sensed that there were people outside the hall. He was a bit happy and excited. He guessed that these people had formed a team to go to the secret realm. Xiao Yang was a bit impatient. He walked out of the hall and glanced at the people in front of him. He couldn't help but be shocked and astonished. "Damn, it's you guys?" Zhao Ye, Chan. Seeing these two familiar faces, Xiao Yang was very happy and excited. They hadn't seen each other for nearly a year since they parted at the Poison Sex Pine Hall. This time, their eyes were brimming with tears. Cousin, big brother Xiao Yang. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Chan were also very excited. Their pretty eyes were filled with joy. They didn't expect the leader to be Xiao Yang. "Are you guys forming a team to go to the secret realm?" Xiao Yang asked happily. "If that's the case, then that's great." In any case, with Xiao Yang's poison body, the journey to Poisonous Insect Valley would be smooth sailing. At that time, they would be able to occupy the best cave to cultivate and raise their cultivation. They could even train inside, fight monsters, and improve their martial skills. Xiao Yang had already thought of many ways to raise their cultivation and martial skills. That's right. Cousin, you're the leader, right? That's great. Cousin, we knew you were awesome. Lan Jiaoye was so excited that she almost jumped up. She loved teaming up with Xiao Yang. As long as she was with Xiao Yang, she would never be at a disadvantage. Gu Chan also covered her mouth and chuckled. Light flowed through her eyes as she looked expectantly at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was also smiling. When people from the same hometown meet, they definitely wouldn't stab each other in the back. He could also understand the sex arrangement, not to mention Lan Jiaoye and Gu Chan's relationship with Xiao Yang. Just based on their status as the Great Elder's personal disciples, they already had the qualifications to enter the secret realm to cultivate. As expected, the poison sect was very protective of their own. Not everyone could use this cultivation resource. Xiao. While the two of them were exchanging greetings, another 2 rays of light rapidly descended. When the light faded, 2 handsome youths were revealed. They were both 4th-level martial ancestor realm and were about the same age as Xiao Yang. When they saw Lan Jiaoye and Gu Chan, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Their hearts thumped, and they immediately quickened their pace. They walked over enthusiastically and introduced themselves. "Junior sisters, are you also forming a team to go to the secret realm?" "That's great, we are too." "Let me introduce myself. I am Fang Zhan, and this is Lu Quan." Fang Zhan revealed what he thought was his most handsome smile and enthusiastically introduced himself to the 2 girls. Lu Quan smiled and nodded at them. He gently said, "Junior sisters, don't worry. Although the secret realm is dangerous, we will protect you." Lan Jiaoye and Gu Chan were truly too beautiful. They were like flowers and jade with exquisite figures. Wearing white dresses, they were a sight to behold. It was no wonder that they were so enthusiastic. Xiao Yang blinked and introduced himself to them. He slowly said, "My name is Xiao Yang. Nice to meet you." However, Lu Quan and Fang Zhan ignored Xiao Yang. They calmly nodded at Xiaoyang and ignored him. This meant that they were alienating Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled bitterly. He didn't expect the two of them to have such an attitude. However, it made sense. They were young and already possessed cultivation comparable to a fourth-level martial ancestor realm cultivator. They had the right to be proud. Even in the poison sect, they were considered to be geniuses. Hey, why don't you have any manners? Big brother Xiaoyang is greeting you. Gu Qianqian and Lan Jiaye didn't like Fang Zhan and Lu Quan's attitude. Xiaoyang was the person closest to them. Of course, they wouldn't be happy if he was treated coldly. Chapter 453. At the same time, he didn't have a good impression of them. Fang Han's expression changed slightly. He knew that Xiaoyang had a good relationship with the two girls. He immediately changed his attitude and smiled at Xiaoyang. Oh, so it's junior brother Xiaoyang. Hello, hello. Don't worry, we will take care of you as well. Lu Quan also smiled elegantly. Junior brother Xiaoyang, you can just follow behind us. Then he looked at Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian. Junior sisters, what are your names? After all, we're going to experience danger together. It's good to get to know each other first. If there is trouble, you can take care of each other. There was nothing wrong with his words. There was no flaw to be found. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian introduced themselves and explained their grudges with Xiaoyang. They wanted Fang Han and Lu Quan to understand that Xiaoyang was a very important person to them. On the surface, Fang Zihan and Lu Quan appeared to be friendly, but in reality they were secretly hating Xiaoyang even more. If there was someone like Xiaoyang around, then how could they win the hearts of the two girls? In their opinion, they should chase Xiaoyang away. Fang Han and Lu Quan met on the way here. Now that they had a common goal, they would naturally act in unison. They looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Therefore, they took 2 steps back and came to Xiaoyang's side. They smiled and said, Junior brother Xiaoyang, the secret realm is very dangerous. There may be life and death situations. Therefore, we advise junior brother Xiaoyang to give up on this experience. This is for your own good. This was an open and above-board kick. Xiaoyang's pupils constricted as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not say a word. He wanted to see how far these 2 idiots could go. If he backed out, wouldn't they all lose this opportunity? After all, he was the leader. He could choose which secret realm to enter. At this time, Butianlang slowly walked out of the Heavenly Waves Hall and mockingly glanced at Han Li and Lu Quan before calling them idiots. He was well aware of Xiaoyang's abilities. Even though he was a 5th-level martial arts grandmaster and had the highest cultivation level among the 6 of them, he was still no match for Xiaoyang. Previously, he had suffered at the hands of Xiaoyang. In this house, Han and Lu Quan actually wanted to scheme against Xiaoyang. If this wasn't courting death, what was? Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they might not be a match for Xiaoyang. Moreover, this Xiaoyang was the leader of the team this time. They were so stupid that they actually wanted to kick Xiaoyang out. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Fang Zihan and Lu Quan naturally sensed Butianlang's contempt. When they heard Butianlang calling them idiots, they immediately felt indignant. Han Li took a step forward and sneered. He mockingly glanced at Butianlang and said, sarcastically, Oh, so it's the leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. No, this bullshit alliance has long been disbanded. You're now a useless thing. What right do you have to chirp here? Lu Quan also sneered and said contemptuously, Butianlang, others may not know you, but we do. You are now like a stray dog with no home to return to. Look, the Heavenly Law Alliance was defeated by you. Don't you feel ashamed? What right do you have to be so arrogant when you are a loser? The 2 of them weren't afraid of Butianlang. Even if Butianlang was a 5th-level martial arts grandmaster, if the 2 of them joined forces, they might be able to fight him. Butianlang curled his lips and spat. He didn't continue talking about Fang Zihan and Lu Quan. Originally, he kindly reminded them not to provoke Xiaoyang. Since they didn't recognize his kindness and wanted to court death, he could only let them be. He happily crossed his arms and watched the show from the side. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan took a few more glances at Bu Tianling. This was their first time seeing Bu Tianling in person, but they had heard of his name before. The Heavenly Tao Alliance was a famous organization in the poison sect. However, it suddenly disbanded one day later, and Bu Tianling was reduced to a loner. No matter what, he was still an ambitious and ruthless person worthy of respect. When Fang Zihan and Lu Quan saw that Bu Tianling didn't speak, they thought that Bu Tianling had compromised. They simply pointed their spear at Xiaoyang again and sneered, "Junior brother Xiaoyang, what do you think?" Xiaoyang pretended to be in a difficult position and said with difficulty, "I think it will be very difficult for me to back out." Hearing Xiaoyang's refusal, Fang Zihan and Lu Quan's expressions immediately turned cold. They stared at Xiaoyang threateningly and said fiercely, "Junior brother Xiaoyang, you better think carefully. Once you enter the secret realm, your life will be in danger. You might even die inside." This was a blatant threat. The danger inside didn't only come from the secret realm, but also from the two of them working together. Lu Quan saw that Xiaoyang was about to refuse and snorted. He took out a lot of spirit stones and said fiercely, "Junior brother Xiaoyang, these are spirit stones for your cultivation. With these spirit stones, it will be comparable to entering the secret realm once. After all, there won't be any danger. I think you should know what to choose, right?" This was a strategy that was half threatening and half bribing. He wanted to drive Xiaoyang away with both kindness and power. Fang Zihan's eyes lit up. He also took out a lot of spirit stones and handed them to Xiaoyang. His meaning was the same. He hoped that Xiaoyang would back out. The two of them had always been very strong. If the enemy didn't submit, they would force them to submit. If they still didn't submit, they would use spirit stones to force them to submit. This was their usual tactic. They had always been unstoppable. If they were willing to give out spirit stones, it was equivalent to giving face to the other party. They were also conceding and compromising in disguise. Fang Zihan and Lu Quan believed that Xiaoyang would make a wise choice. Anyone with a normal IQ would choose to accept because no one dared to challenge their dignity. However, Xiaoyang still acted dumb. He looked at the spirit stones dumbfoundedly and said dully, "Forget it. If I back out, you won't be able to enter the secret realm." Xiaoyang was speaking the truth. He was the leader of the team this time. The right to choose the secret realm and enter the secret realm was in his hands. If he didn't participate, then the rest of them wouldn't be able to participate. Although many people knew about this, only Fang Zihan and Lu Quan didn't know. These two idiots thought that Xiaoyang was exaggerating and raising his status. Fang Zihan's face darkened. In his opinion, he had already given enough spirit stones, which was equivalent to giving in. However, Xiaoyang still didn't know what was good for him. This was meaningless. Since it was meaningless, there was no need to talk nonsense. A cold light flashed in his eyes. His aura exploded and locked onto Xiaoyang. Then he said coldly, "Chapter 454. Xiaoyang, as long as you withdraw, these spiritual stones will be yours. As for whether or not we have the qualifications to enter, you don't have to worry about that." Lu Quan also expressed the same intention. In any case, they just wanted to drive Xiaoyang away so that they could get closer to Gu Qianshan and Lan Jiaoye. With Xiaoyang here, he would not be a hindrance. Moreover, they naturally believed that the leader this time would not be Xiaoyang. This Xiaoyang was at most a participant. Even if they drove him away, they would still be able to enter the secret territory. Xiaoyang curled his lips and was too lazy to explain. He reached out to take the spiritual stones and said with a smile, "Then it would be impolite for me to refuse. In addition, I announce that the secret territory is cancelled. Everyone can go back." After he took the spiritual stones, he directly threw them into his storage ring. Then he gave Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan a meaningful look and turned to leave. Bu Tianlang looked at Xiaoyang thoughtfully. He was not in a hurry to expose Xiao Yang's identity as the leader. After Xiao Yang left, Han and Lu Quan in the room laughed in disdain. They mocked Xiao Yang. Who do you think you are? Not going in just like that? Who do you think you are? Brother Lu Quan, there is no need to be angry with him. He is just a nobody. See, under our threats and promises, he has already retreated. Next the two of them were laughing wretchedly. Their eyes fell on Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan. As long as they entered the secret territory together, it would not be difficult to take down the two girls. After all, any kind of dangerous situation could happen in the secret territory. Once the two girls were in danger, they could take advantage of it. Junior sisters, don't worry. Although Xiao Yang has withdrawn, the protection for you will only increase and not decrease. That's right. Xiao Yang is a burden. Instead of letting him drag us down, why don't we enter on our own? Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan looked at them as if they were looking at idiots. Their expressions were full of ridicule. They thought to themselves, these two idiots have already chased Xiao Yang away. How are we going to enter without Xiao Yang leading the way? The more he thought about it, the more bored he felt. However, they were too lazy to remind these two idiots. They would continue to wait. There would be a time when they would beg Xiao Yang to come back. They glanced at the Celestial Waves Hall. This was the first time they saw this hall, and they felt that it was not bad. The design was simple and unadorned, and it was full of majesty. Qianshan, let's go take a look at this Sky Waves Palace. Gu Qianshan nodded her head repeatedly. The two beautiful young ladies chattered and commented while they entered the Heavenly Waves Hall. This made Han and Lu Quan feel a little awkward. They both wanted to curry favor with them, but it backfired and made the two women feel disgusted with them. They stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Bu Tianling, who was standing at the side, said awkwardly, "You two idiots, you chased away the leader, and now you want to take me to the secret territory? This matter was ruined by you two idiots. I will definitely report this to the elders and the sect master. You too will have to bear the consequences." What? Bu Tianlong's words made them unable to react for a moment. What kind of joke was this? How could Xiao Yang be the leader? That's not right. They thought carefully and vaguely figured it out. This Bu Tianlang in front of them was not the leader. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan were also not the leader. The two of them were also not the leader. Then wasn't the only one left Xiao Yang? Oh my God! Could this Xiao Yang really be the one leading the team? They also thought about what he said before. If I'm out, how are you going to play? F*CK, F*CK, Fong Zihan and Lu Quan both realized that something bad had happened. Mother *her, they actually chased away the leader, Xiao Yang. What were they going to do next? Once this matter was reported to the higher-ups, they would definitely be in big trouble. Thinking of this, they suddenly panicked. They looked nervously at Bu Tianlang, their faces turning green and white. No wonder Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan were so good to Xiao Yang. In their view, the two women obviously wanted to curry favor with Xiao Yang. After all, the leader always had some advantages and relatively more power. It was over. Oh no, what were they going to do next? You two idiots! Why are you still standing here like idiots? Why aren't you going to invite Xiao Yang back? Do you really want to ruin this operation? I will report this to the elders. Bu Tianlang looked at their stupid faces and became even angrier. He was about to use his movement technique to go to Pine Palace. However, the moment he took a step, he was immediately stopped by Fong Zihan and Lu Quan. Senior brother Tianlang, wait, don't be in such a hurry. The two of them were sweating profusely. They felt that this matter was troublesome. This damned Bu Tianlang, he didn't remind them before, and only reminded them now. He obviously wanted to see them make a fool of themselves. However, it seemed that they couldn't blame Bu Tianlang. When he just walked out of the Tianlang Palace, he indirectly reminded them. Forget it. Now was not the time to find out who was responsible. They had to quickly calm Bu Tianlang down. Once he reported this to the sect, the two of them would be finished. Wait a moment, we will go and invite Xiaoyang back. There was no better way now. They had just chased away Xiaoyang, so now they could only personally go and invite Xiaoyang back. What was this? They had paid a great price to kick him out, but now they had to shamelessly ask him to come back. This was simply slapping their own face, lifting a rock to drop on their own feet. Moreover, they didn't know if Xiaoyang would agree or not. If Xiaoyang was a petty person, then things would become even more difficult. Fang Zihan and Lu Quan's expressions became even more unsightly. They looked dejected and disheartened. Previously, they felt that they had done a high-spirited thing and were very proud of it. Now, they felt that their previous actions were very stupid and idiotic. The stronger they were before, the more annoyed and regretful they were now. Fortunately, Xiaoyang didn't go too far and was slowly returning to the sect master's peak. They chased with all their might and finally caught up halfway. Senior brother Xiaoyang, please wait. When they saw Xiaoyang's back, they immediately shouted at Xiaoyang and even changed the way they addressed Xiaoyang. When they were strong, they called Xiaoyang junior brother. Now that they were weak and knew that they were wrong, they immediately called Xiaoyang senior brother. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such shameless people. Oh, it's you two? Do you need something from me? Xiaoyang pretended not to know and looked at them in confusion. Xiaoyang found it funny when he saw how awkward they were and how they didn't know what to say. Chapter 455. He immediately grasped the storage ring tightly and looked at them warily. He pretended to be careful and said, I'm telling you, don't act recklessly. These spirit stones were given to me by you, and I've agreed to withdraw from this mission. Seeing Xiaoyang's appearance and hearing Xiaoyang's words, Huan and Lu Quan became even more embarrassed. Previously, they desperately wanted to drive him away, using both kindness and power, but now they were trying to curry favor with him. How could they say anything? No, Senior brother Xiaoyang, you've misunderstood. We're begging you to come back. In our team, we can lose anyone but you. Huan hurriedly flattered Xiaoyang. Lu Quan also cried and begged, Senior brother Xiaoyang, we were wrong before. Please don't take it to heart. Xiaoyang obviously knew what they were thinking. He smiled coldly and said with a mocking expression, You want me to return to the team and then return the spirit stones to you? Let me tell you, I, Xiaoyang, am a person with integrity. Since I've agreed to withdraw from this mission, I will definitely withdraw. I will definitely not return. Please go back. On the other hand, how could you go back on your words? Shouldn't you have some integrity as a person? This damned integrity. To hell with integrity. Fang Zihan and Lu Quan directly cursed in their hearts. Was this the time to talk about integrity? If they couldn't invite Xiaoyang back, once Butianlang reported them to the main hall of Pine Tree, their lives would be over. How could they talk about integrity at this time? They could only be patient and suppress the anger in their hearts. They begged Xiaoyang, Senior brother Xiaoyang, you've really misunderstood. The spirit stones are yours. Please return to the team. We all need you. We all discovered that you're much more important than integrity, so we'd rather give up our integrity and beg you to return to the team. Please return to the team, we're begging you. Fang Zihan and Lu Quan lowered their attitude very much, almost to the point of dust. Compared to their previous pride and arrogance, this was simply a slap in the face. It was uncomfortable, embarrassing, and a great loss of face. Xiaoyang naturally wouldn't give up the opportunity to enter the secret territory so easily. However, he still had to teach them a lesson so that they wouldn't think too highly of themselves. He put on airs and said awkwardly, "But I'm a man of integrity." Hearing this, the housekeeper Han and Lu Quan both had the urge to curse. If you had a backbone, how could you have been so easily bribed by spirit stones? That's right, spirit stones. They immediately understood that Xiaoyang was definitely extorting spirit stones in disguise. Fang Zihan and Lu Quan looked at each other and could only painfully take out the spirit stones from their storage rings. There were more than 100 of them, and they pitifully said to Xiaoyang, Senior Martial Brother Xiaoyang, "This is to show my respect to you. Please return to the team and lead us to the secret realm, I beg of you." Xiaoyang reluctantly took the spirit stones and relented. "All right, since you guys are so sincere, I'll forgive you guys this once." Feng Zihan and Lu Quan immediately cursed in their hearts. As expected, this backbone was all a lie. Their pitiful 100 of spirit stones were gone just like that. This was the accumulation of most of their lives. It was gone just like that. They hated Xiaoyang to the extreme. This Xiaoyang was too good at acting. He could have just said that he wanted the spirit stones, but he had to act like he was in a difficult position, as if they had done something to him. They felt so wronged and panicked. However, after hearing Xiaoyang relenting, their panicked minds calmed down a little. At this moment, Bu Tianlang, Lan Jiaoya, and Gu Qianqian also arrived. They seemed to have arrived early and were watching from a distance. Their purpose was to watch the house and see if Feng Zihan and Lu Quan would make a fool of themselves. After they appeared, they all had smiles on their faces, especially when they looked at Feng Zihan and Lu Quan. Their gazes were meaningful. Feng Zihan and Lu Quan sensed their emotions and were about to cry. F***CK. So it was all a trick. The two beautiful female junior sisters must have seen the embarrassing scene of them begging. Boo-hoo! They felt that they no longer had the face to live in this world. How could they still have the face to pursue their two junior sisters? Xiaoyang glanced at them and took out spirit stones. He gave each of them 30 spirit stones and gave them a total of 90 spirit stones. He also explained, "Thank you for your cooperation." Yes, if they had warned Feng Zihan and Lu Quan when the conflict occurred, then the two of them would definitely not have been willing to give out spirit stones again and again. Therefore, Bu Tianlang, Lan Jiaoya, and Gu Qianqian all deserved credit. Feng Zihan and Lu Quan saw Bu Tianlang accept the spirit stones and immediately hated him. Humph! He dared to cheat them of their spirit stones. They would find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. As for the two cute and beautiful junior sisters, they directly ignored them. They didn't even have time to pursue them. How could they hurt them? Bu Tianlang, you're too inhumane. You clearly knew that Xiaoyang was the leader, but you didn't directly warn us. Instead, you worked together to cheat us of our spirit stones. You're too much. Feng Zihan and Lu Quan were so angry that they directly attacked Bu Tianlang. As for Xiaoyang, they didn't dare because they had already failed once. They didn't want to fail a second time. Bu Tianlang curled his lips and turned around. He was too lazy to pay attention to these two idiots. "Okay, since everyone is here, let's get ready to go," Xiaoyang shouted. Then he used his cultivation and headed towards the back mountain of the sect. Along the way, they were very quiet and didn't have any conflicts or arguments. No matter what conflicts they had, they could wait until they came out of the secret realm. "Cousin, I know that the sect has 10 secret realms. Which one are we going to this time?" Lan Jiaoya was beside Xiaoyang and asked Xiaoyang curiously. The others also pricked up their ears to listen. Xiaoyang felt that there was nothing to hide. Anyway, they were almost there. He explained, "This time we're going to the poisonous insect valley. It's extremely poisonous. You all have to be careful." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They wondered if Xiaoyang was crazy. Instead of choosing a secret realm that was rich in spiritual energy, he chose a poisonous insect valley that was filled with poisonous gas. Wasn't he courting death? Even Bu Tianlang, who was a 5th-level martial ancestor, had a dignified expression and a heavy heart. Although their cultivation was high, they didn't know much about poison. It was easy to be poisoned. What was wrong with Xiaoyang? Why did he choose such a place to court death? Inside the house, Han and Lu Quan's faces were a little pale. They were very dissatisfied, and their expressions were also full of unwillingness. They asked tentatively, "Senior Brother Xiaoyang, do you think we can change to another mystic realm?" Chapter 456. The reason why they were so nice was because Xiaoyang had the right to choose the secret territory. Although they were very arrogant before, relying on their strong cultivation and strength to be overbearing and conceited, when they heard the 3 words Poisonous Insect Valley, they were also afraid. Only Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianshan were a little worried, but they were not afraid of anything with Xiaoyang here. They had followed Xiaoyang for the longest time, so they knew Xiaoyang the best. Xiaoyang would never do something he was not sure of. Xiaoyang did not look at them and said sarcastically, "If you are afraid, you can leave. I did not force you to join." After being scolded and lectured by Xiaoyang, Han and Lu Quan's faces turned ugly. They did not dare to say anything. Since they were already here, they wouldn't leave so easily. After all, it was a rare opportunity to enter the secret realm. They had paid a huge price to get it. If they gave up just like that, not only would they be unwilling, even their families and masters would skin them alive. They swallowed a mouthful of saliva and did not dare to say anything. Anyway, if they joined hands, they might have a chance to get something. Xiaoyang blinked and released his divine sense. According to the instructions on the map, he quickly found the location. Everyone landed at the entrance of a valley. The valley was filled with black fog all year round. There was also a rotten and cold aura. The moment they saw it, they would be frightened and their faces would change slightly. They were going to enter the poisonous insect valley. It would be a lie to say that they were not nervous. From time to time, the sound of various poisonous insects could be heard. Hissing, squeaking, and all kinds of insect sounds could be heard. It was enough to make people's scalp tingle. Xiaoyang glanced at the crowd, especially at Han San and Lu Quan. He said calmly, "You have one last chance to make your choice. If you want to leave, then return. If you want to enter, then follow me. I am only responsible for choosing the secret realm and bringing you in. Once you enter, you are responsible for your own life and death. What happens to you will depend on your luck." These words were mainly said to Han and Lu Quan. As for Butianling, he believed that this guy would have a way to survive. Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianshan must be taken care of. No matter what, Xiaoyang will not let them be in danger. "We have no objections," Han and Lu Quan said slowly. Although they were a little scared and their faces were a little pale, their expressions were still resolute. After that, Han looked at Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianshan tentatively and said, "Junior sisters, after entering, it will depend on your own luck and fortune. Why don't we form a team? Don't worry, we will definitely protect you." Lu Quan also looked at the 2 women with anticipation. As for whether or not it was really protected, that was unknown. Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianshan weren't stupid. Wasn't it good to follow Xiaoyang? Why did he have to be stupid with them? They probably had problems protecting themselves. He didn't even think about it, and directly refused, saying, "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brothers, but we are willing to follow big brother Xiaoyang. Farewell, we won't see you off." They didn't want to form a team with these 2 despicable people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. At first glance, they knew that they weren't good people. They didn't want to be betrayed by him and help him count the money. "Pay attention, I will open the secret realm," Xiaoyang said slowly. He raised the map in his hand and injected his cultivation into it. Light flowed on the map, releasing an ancient aura. Immediately after, the formation set up in the valley was instantly activated, releasing a strong light that instantly enveloped everyone. In the next moment, they were moved into the poisonous insect valley. Because each light transported one person, they were all separated when they were teleported into the poisonous insect valley. Damn, what's going on? It's so scary here. Gu Qianshan, who was instantly teleported into the poisonous insect valley, panicked. Her pretty face was pale as she looked at her surroundings with fear. She was surrounded by thick black fog. It was so dark that she couldn't even see her fingers in front of her. Only by releasing her divine consciousness could she see her surroundings clearly. When she probed with her divine consciousness, she immediately sensed that there were more than 10 terrifying poisonous insects nearby. Each poisonous insect had a terrifying cultivation that was comparable to a fifth-level martial ancestor and could crush her at any time. Furthermore, there were hundreds and thousands of different poisonous insects that were either swimming or resting. The sound of the insects made Gu Qianqian's scalp go numb. Her legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground. She instinctively released a defensive light shield to protect herself. The defensive light shield emitted a faint light. It was especially eye-catching in this pitch-black valley. It immediately attracted the attention of many poisonous insects. Terrifying poisonous insect auras soared into the sky and instantly locked onto Gu Qianqian. When Gu Qianqian sensed it, her pretty face changed greatly and her eyes were filled with fear. "Xiaoyang, save me." She knew very well that once those poisonous insects attacked her, she would be finished. Now, she could only pray to Xiaoyang to save her. Roar! Awu! Hiss hiss! Various insect sounds echoed. At first, these sounds were very far away. However, as time passed, these sounds were getting closer and closer to Gu Qianqian. This meant that these insects were constantly getting closer to Gu Qianqian. Once they surrounded Gu Qianqian, only death would await Gu Qianqian, especially those poisonous insects that were comparable to a fifth-level martial ancestor. Any one of them could easily tear Gu Qianqian to shreds. Now that more than 10 poisonous insects were surging towards her, Gu Qianqian believed that even a golden immortal would not be able to save her. "Wu Wu, Xiaoyang, quickly save me." Sensing the changes in her surroundings, Gu Qianqian was so frightened that she started crying. This was her first time here, and she did not know where to go next. Now that her aura had been locked onto by so many poisonous insects, no matter how she tried to escape, she would eventually be caught. In the poisonous insect valley, Gu Qianqian was not the only one who had encountered such a situation. Lan Jiaya was also in the same situation. In fact, her situation was even worse than Gu Qianqian's. She was directly targeted by more than 20 terrifying poisonous insects. These poisonous insects had the lowest cultivation level of a fifth-level martial ancestor. Some of the higher cultivation levels were comparable to a sixth-level martial ancestor. What the hell? This is simply trying to kill people. Lan Jiaya was so frightened that she almost cried. Everything around her was too terrifying. She released a defensive light shield to protect herself and ran away. She did not want to stay here for a moment longer. If those poisonous insects caught up to her, she would become their food. "Save me, cousin." "Cousin, where are you?"